Chapter 539. Several attacks blasted out one after another, breaking through layers of waves. Even space could only be continuously torn apart before these attacks. One could imagine just how powerful these attacks were. At this moment, Mu-Yoshue, who was already seriously injured, could even smell the scent of death. However, just as these attacks were about to land on her frail body, a scene that no one had expected occurred. The originally calm lake suddenly surged with monstrous waves, forming a huge water screen in front of Mu-Yoshue. When those attacks arrived, the water screen exploded and water splashed everywhere. However, the water screen seemed to have blocked all the powerful attacks in the end. Who is it? The sudden situation immediately made the Tianyang Valley disciples feel that something was amiss. Anyone who dared to interfere in such a situation was definitely not to be underestimated. They had probably forcefully broken through to the 5th level of Yuanying after entering the Inyang land. However, when the splashing water subsided and they saw Mu-Yoshue being embraced by a figure behind the water screen, they immediately understood everything. Then, the uneasiness in their hearts dissipated by more than half. The person who had suddenly intervened was not at the level they were worried about. At the same time, Mu-Yoshue's pale face was filled with shock as she looked at the figure in front of her. That was because that person was none other than Yen Chutian. You're fine." It was no wonder that Mu-Yoshue was so shocked. She could clearly sense the yang poison that had invaded Mu-Yoshue's body. It was no exaggeration to say that even she would find it extremely difficult to resist such yang poison. She had brought Yen Chutian to the bottom of the lake. Even if she had thought of the principle of yin and yang, there was nothing she could do. At most, she had only hoped that she could suppress the yang poison in Yen Chutian's body. However, the result was that Yen Chutian seemed to have completely recovered. Furthermore, his cultivation seemed to have stepped into the Yuanying realm. "Ha ha ha. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, an ant. It seems that the yang poison didn't burn you to death. Instead, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. You coincidentally broke into the Yuanying realm." The middle disciple of the Tianyang Valley immediately sneered. Even if he said that Yen Chutian had profited from a disaster and had broken through to the next realm, he still did not care. This was because, in their eyes, even if Yen Chutian had a breakthrough, he was still just a beginner in Yuanying. As for those who had just entered Yuanying, they were still just ants to them. Any one of them would be able to deal with this kind of ant with a wave of their hand. So why should they care? Thus, very soon, that Tianyang Valley's disciples' mocking laughter sounded again. "So what if you've broken through to the Yuanying realm? Even Mu-Yoshue was heavily injured. Who do you think you are? If you know what's good for you, if you kneel down and kowtow, we may leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you and Mu-Yoshue will die comfortably." As he sneered, his cruel eyes swept over. When his gaze swept over Mu-Yoshue, there was a faint trace of greed. But hearing these overbearing words, Yen Chutian didn't have any reaction from beginning to end. He only gently placed Mu-Yoshue, who was in his arms, on a pavilion. Then he slowly straightened his body and spoke to Mu-Yoshue with a faint smile. "Senior sister Yoshue, wait for me for a while. Let junior brother chase away those hot-tempered old dogs first." Before he finished speaking, Yen Chutian had already shot out like a ghost. He went straight for the person in front of the 3 Tianyang Valley's disciples. The words "old dog," and seeing that the other party did not know what was good for him and dared to take the initiative to attack him, had already made that Tianyang Valley's disciple angry to an extreme degree. "You're courting death," he shouted in a low voice. Then he raised his right palm slightly. Vigorous chi dynamic power had already gathered in the center of his palm. Since he dared to take the initiative to attack when he had just entered the Yuanying stage, then he did not mind letting him know how big the gap was between a person who had just entered the Yuanying stage and a person who had reached the 4th stage of the Yuanying stage. Boom! The 2 palms collided in an instant. When the two palms collided, the Tianyang Valley's disciples' enormous qi dynamic power rushed toward Yen Chutian like a wild dragon. However, at the same time, Yen Chutian's palm was also surging with qi dynamic power. In response, the Tianyang Valley's disciple could not help but sneer. He did not expect that the other party who had just entered the Yuanying stage could already skillfully use qi dynamic power. However, so what if he had mastered qi dynamic power? Although the foundation of qi dynamic power had already been laid when one entered the Yuanying stage. However, as one advanced to the Yuanying stage, qi dynamic power could be continuously strengthened. In other words, the other party was courting death if he only used qi dynamic power to fight against him. However, in the next moment, when the two forces of qi dynamic power collided, the sneer on the Tianyang Valley's disciple's face froze bit by bit. This was because in the collision of qi dynamic power, he did not have the slightest advantage. However, how was this possible? He was clearly at the fourth stage of the Yuanying stage. How could the other party, who had just entered the Yuanying stage, fight against him with qi dynamic power? Since he was a Tianyang Valley's disciple, he naturally had a lot of experience. After a short moment of shock, he quickly connected the dots. Perhaps the other party's foundation of qi dynamic power was far superior to his own. In other words, the quality and quantity of spiritual tattoos that he had condensed when he entered the Yuanying stage had surpassed his own. Impossible. Even Mu Yoshua could not do this. How could an ordinary disciple of the firmament god palace like him do it? However, the Tianyang Valley's disciple shook his head and denied this thought the moment he had it. It would be fine if the other party was the son of an important person in the firmament god palace or a famous disciple. However, he was not. Therefore, how could he believe the conjecture in his heart? Just as the Tianyang Valley's disciple was daydreaming, Yen Chutian did not stop. He raised another fist and fiercely punched at the other party again. Of course, this was not without the turbulent qi dynamic power. Kneel down. Seeing the other party's fist coming at him again, the Tianyang Valley's disciple was filled with anger. He did not believe that the other party who had just entered the Yuanying stage could really overturn the situation. Boom! However, the confrontation this time was destined to make the Tianyang Valley's disciple feel even more incredulous and even shocked. This was because under Yen Chutian's fist, his qi dynamic power was actually shaken off. That turbulent power suddenly bombarded his body and immediately caused him to be sent flying, crashing into the lake more than 10 feet away. This scene not only shocked the Tianyang Valley's disciple, but also shocked Mu Yoshua and the other two Tianyang Valley's disciples, especially the two Tianyang Valley's disciples. How could they have expected that the elixir ant, who had just been poisoned by yang poison and was close to death not long ago? At this time, he had actually escaped death and broken into the Yuanying stage. However, it was clear that he had just broken into the Yuanying stage. How could he have such a powerful qi dynamic power? At the same time, although she was still shocked, Mu Yoshua vaguely understood something. This was because she had long known that Yen Chutian had condensed an extraordinary number of spiritual inscriptions. She also knew that he had been looking for a yin-yang place to condense spiritual inscriptions. So naturally, she could naturally connect the dots. Could it be that his spiritual inscription at the bottom of the lake had been successfully condensed by chance? Thinking of this, Mu Yoshua could not help but feel a strong sense of joy in her heart. However, after the joy, she could not help but sigh. Even if Yen Chutian's performance was so extraordinary that he could contend with a level 4 Yuanying practitioner as a newcomer to the Yuanying stage, there was still a limit to his cultivation. After all, there was a limit to a newcomer to the Yuanying stage. If they fought for a long time, it was inevitable that he would lose. Moreover, she did not think that the other two Tianyang Valley's disciples would watch the two of them fight without doing anything. What happened next was just as Mu Yoshua had expected. The other two Tianyang Valley's disciples also closed in on them step by step. Ha! You are only a newcomer to the Yuanying stage, but you can already do this. I'm afraid that none of the Firmament God Palace's disciples who have entered the Yin-Yang place can compare to you. Even so, you will definitely lose today. The three of us will attack at the same time. I want to see if you can defy the natural order and defeat the three of us together. The Tianyang Valley's disciple in the middle had a cold look in his eyes. Now, he valued Yan Chutian even more than Mu Yoshue. Before this, he had never seen a newcomer to the Yuanying stage who could contend with a level 4 Yuanying practitioner and even gain the upper hand. Chapter 540. Seeing the three of them walk out together, Yan Chutian's expression was still calm. It was as if even if the three of them joined forces, it was still not worth mentioning. Regarding this, the three Tianyang Valley disciples naturally could not suppress the anger in their hearts. No matter how extraordinary the other party was, the three of them were already prepared to join forces. But the other party still dared to be so indifferent. Could it be that he was so arrogant that even if 3 level 4 Yuanying cultivators joined forces, it was still not worth mentioning? Boom! Without any explanation, the three of them looked at each other and immediately prepared their own violent attacks at the same time, fiercely suppressing Yan Chutian. After the attacks were launched, a faint, arrogant, and cold expression finally appeared on the faces of the three of them. Just now, when the three of them joined forces, even Mu Yoshue was helpless. She was constantly retreating and almost died at their hands. Therefore, in their opinion, no matter how strange Yan Chutian was, the result would not be much better than Mu Yoshue's. Be careful! At the same time, Mu Yoshue, who knew the power of the three of them joining forces, did not care about her injuries and hurriedly shouted. After that, she did not even care about herself and was about to get up and rush over. However, the moment she got up, her beautiful eyes saw that in the face of such a powerful attack, Yan Chutian actually did not resist and instead took the initiative to attack. Seeing this scene, even though Yan Chutian's previous performance had shocked Mu Yoshue, a strong sense of worry quickly spread in her heart. This was because the other party was the joint attack of 3 level 4 Yuanying cultivators. No matter how strange Yan Chutian was, he had only just entered the Yuanying realm. How could he fight against the 3 of them? You're courting death. Seeing Yan Chutian take the initiative to attack, the 3 Tianyang Valley disciples could not help but sneer. In their eyes, Yan Chutian was extremely arrogant just because he had some extraordinary achievements. So what if he was stronger than the average 4th layer Yuanying cultivator? Facing the combined attack of the 3 of them, even a 5th layer Yuanying Xiozha would have to take them seriously. After all, he had just entered the realm of Yuanying. How could he defend himself against the combined attack of the 3 of them? Therefore, under the converging gazes of the crowd, Yan Chutian's thin figure shot out without fear of death, directly charging towards the 3 attacks. Boom, boom! In the next moment, a loud rumbling sound rang out continuously. Dazzling flames illuminated the entire surface of the lake. Turbulent energy ripples spread out, shaking up the lake water below. Even space was not spared from the impact. Seeing this scene, the 3 Tianyang Valley disciples could not help but laugh mockingly. They didn't even need to look to know that the other party's outcome would definitely be extremely miserable. Therefore, in the next moment, they directly turned their gazes to the corner of the pavilion behind them. They saw a weak figure with trembling, beautiful eyes. Mu Yoshue, it seems that this brat is much more stupid than you. Before those words that were filled with mockery could be heard, an extremely painful roar suddenly rang out. After the roar, the sound of splashing water immediately rang out. At this moment, the expression of the Tianyang Valley disciple who was mocking suddenly changed. This was because he clearly sensed that it was a Tianyang Valley disciple beside him who was smashed into the lake with a loud bang. But how was this possible? Where did this loud bang come from? The Firmament God Palace disciple who had just entered the realm of Yuanying should have already— boom! feeling the loud bang of a mighty force descending once again, and the target was him. The Tianyang Valley disciple did not have time to think and hurriedly raised his arms to defend himself. However, under the convergence of layers of qi, when the loud bang of a mighty force descended, a huge force erupted and still smashed him into the lake until his thighs sunk into the water. In a sorry state, the Tianyang Valley disciple naturally, hurriedly raised his gaze. When he saw who had made the move, a look of disbelief once again appeared on his face. Who else could it be other than Yen Chutian? How is this possible? Words full of shock were spat out from his throat with difficulty because he simply could not believe the situation in front of him. How could this firmament, God Palace, disciple who had just entered the realm of Yuanying be safe and sound and suddenly burst out with such powerful strength? However, no matter how shocked he was, what happened in front of him was the truth. No matter how shocked he was, it could not be denied. Heavenly thunder technique. At this critical moment, lightning flashed in the hands of another Tianyang Valley disciple. The moment he shouted, a huge thunder dragon was already brewing in his hands and rushed out, heading straight for Yen Chutian. As the thunder dragon rushed forward, Yen Chutian's eyes flashed. He stepped on the Tianyang Valley disciple who was being suppressed by him. While borrowing the force to avoid the attack, he also took the opportunity to blast the Tianyang Valley disciple away, smashing him more than 100 feet away in a sorry state. With this dodge, Yen Chutian had already returned to the stone pavilion where Mu Yoshua was, and the 3 Tianyang Valley disciples gathered again after their respective sorry states. However, compared to before, the 3 Tianyang Valley disciples' hearts were filled with deep shock. Even if they had experienced it personally, it was extremely difficult for them to believe that a practitioner who had just entered the realm of Yuanying could burst out with such strength. It was also because of this that they found it difficult to have much confidence in the current situation. This was because in their eyes, Yen Chutian was really strange and unpredictable. Even if they continued to fight, they were not confident that they could win. However, if they left just like this, wouldn't they be letting go of a perfect opportunity to kill Mu Yoshua? Moreover, there was also the firmament, God Palace, disciple who had just broken through to the Yuanying realm. He already had such strength when he had just broken through to the Yuanying realm. If he was allowed to grow, how terrifying would his strength be? No matter how the 3 Tianyang Valley disciples thought, Yen Chutian still stood quietly in front of Mu Yoshua. It was as if even if the other party wanted to join forces to attack, he would be able to deal with it calmly. Perhaps it was because of Yen Chutian's calmness. But after a struggle, the 3 Tianyang Valley disciples finally retreated quickly. Seeing that the 3 of them had retreated, how could Yen Chutian delay any longer? He immediately hugged Mu Yoshua, who was on the stone pavilion, and immediately left. After retreating less than 100 feet from the lake, one of the 3 Tianyang Valley disciples couldn't help but whisper, his heart full of unwillingness, "Are we really going to give up such a good opportunity to kill Mu Yoshua?" Hearing this, one of the 3 disciples also had an unwilling expression on his face. However, when he thought of Yen Chutian, his unwillingness gradually calmed down. Mu Yoshua has already been severely injured by us. It will be extremely difficult for her to recover in this Yinyang land. Even if we let her go, it will be difficult for her to play a role in the end. As for that guy, no matter how strange he is, it will be difficult for him to escape in the end. We, the Tianyang Valley, will join forces to suppress him. Therefore, why should we waste our energy here and even get injured because of this? In the end, it will naturally be time for us to hold our heads high. On the other side, Yen Chutian was tightly hugging Mu Yoshua as he hurriedly escaped from the extreme Yin Lake. He didn't know if the Tianyang Valley disciples would suddenly return. Moreover, Mu Yoshua was severely injured. If she stayed in the extreme Yin Lake, it would be difficult for her to recover. This flash lasted for more than 2 hours. Yen Chutian finally chose a place where the Yin-Yang aura was relatively weak and slowly descended. However, he didn't know if it was because he had been escaping for a long time. but when he landed, Mu Yoshua, who was in his arms, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood onto his shoulder. However, Yen Chutian didn't care at all. He quickly put Mu Yoshua down and then poured his spiritual energy into her body. Once he did, Yen Chutian realized that Mu Yoshua's body was already covered in wounds. At the same time, she had exhausted a lot of her spiritual energy. In fact, Yen Chutian could also imagine that no matter how strong Mu Yoshua was, she wouldn't be able to set up a large array. With her cultivation at the 4th layer of the Yuanying realm, how could she fight against 3 Tianyang Valley disciples at the 4th layer of the Yuanying realm? Fortunately, at the critical moment, he had coincidentally entered the rune and made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Otherwise, Mu Yoshua would have died in the lake because of him. Healing medicine. At this time, Mu Yoshua was already in a daze. However, she was still in a daze. Hearing this, Yen Chutian didn't hesitate at all. He immediately took her Chinkuan bag. If Mu Yoshua had healing medicine, she would definitely put it in the Chinkuan bag, which was the easiest place to get it. Sure enough, there was a jade bottle of medicinal pills marked with the word healing in the Chinkuan bag. Then Yen Chutian quickly took out a pill and carefully fed it to Mu Yoshua. Chapter 541. Although Mu Yoshua didn't recover immediately after taking the pill, there were obvious signs of improvement. This made Yen Chutian let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if something happened to Mu Yoshua because of him, how could he be calm? But even so, Yen Chutian knew that it would be extremely difficult for Mu Yoshua to recover in this yin-yang land. Yin and yang were mixed here. Although there was spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it was extremely difficult to absorb it, let alone heal injuries. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Mu Yoshua didn't have the pill, her situation would be much worse than now. While Mu Yoshua was quietly recovering, Yen Chutian sat cross-legged around her to protect her. As his mind gradually sank into his body, Yen Chutian could clearly see that the elixir floating in his dantian had been replaced by a small person. The small person looked exactly the same as Yen Chutian. It was sitting cross-legged in the air and floating in his dantian. This small person was the Yuanying that Yen Chutian had created from the elixir. Looking over, he could clearly see a golden halo around the Yuanying's small person. This golden halo was none other than the spiritual inscriptions that he had condensed in the elixir realm. It was just that in his previous life, Yen Chutian's Yuanying small person had 7 spiritual inscription halos around it. But now there was only 1 left. Logically speaking, this situation shouldn't have happened. Only by condensing more than 5 spiritual inscriptions could one break into the Yuanying realm. In other words, even the weakest Yuanying practitioner would have 5 spiritual inscription halos around the Yuanying small person in his dantian. But regarding this, Yen Chutian gradually understood. This was because he knew that if his body entered the inscription, all the spiritual inscriptions would be devoured. Even the true dragon inscription was no exception. But the current situation was only beneficial to him. Being able to grasp the power of the Yuanying realm when he had just entered the Yuanying realm was enough to contend against a 4th stage cultivator or even stronger. This was something that he couldn't do in his previous life. The Yuanying small person sat cross-legged quietly. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the Yuanying small person could even breathe. The energy was constantly being exhaled from the small person's mouth and gathered in his dantian. Yen Chutian was very clear that as his cultivation grew stronger, the Yuanying small person would become stronger as well. Once he reached the peak of the Yuanying realm, he would attempt to open the heavenly palace. Once the palace, the vast heavenly Yuanying realm would be far, far surpass his dantian. At that time, he would step into the Yuanying realm, T, Yuanying, S, Yuanying, he of the Yuanying. T's of Yuanying few. Mu Yoshua was currently quietly recovering. Yen Chutian naturally wouldn't waste any time. After exhaling a mouthful of turbid energy, he entered a state of stabilizing his cultivation. Although the Inyang land wasn't suitable for cultivation, it didn't have much of an impact on his cultivation. Under such circumstances, time passed quickly again. In the blink of an eye, half a day had quietly passed. Yan Chutian slowly opened his eyes after half a day. He could sense that Mu Yoshua's condition was very unstable. Looking over, he could indeed sense that Mu Yoshua's condition was very unstable. Not only was the energy in her body chaotic, but there were also traces of blood seeping out from the corner of her lips. Yan Chutian hurriedly probed her body with his perception. He could clearly sense that the elixir Mu Yoshua had consumed didn't make her injuries much better. It wasn't only because of the Inyang land's environment, but also because Mu Yoshua's mind was hazy, making it difficult for her to refine the healing elixir. This situation caused Yan Chutian to be extremely anxious because Mu Yoshua had become like this because of him. So how could he watch as the other party suffered? But even if he could help her dissolve the elixir and spread it throughout her body, Mu Yoshua was still a woman. If he did that, it would be no different from seeing her naked body. Yan Chutian hesitated again and again, but when he saw Mu Yoshua's pained appearance, all the hesitation in his mind disappeared. "Senior Sister Yoshua, I'm sorry for offending you," Yan Chutian helplessly muttered. He took out another elixir and fed it to Mu Yoshua. Then he carefully pressed his palm against Mu Yoshua's chest. As long as his palm moved down slightly, he would be able to grasp all of her plump breasts. The elixir slowly dissolved in Mu Yoshua's body. Under Yan Chutian's guidance, the elixir spread to her limbs and bones, repairing every inch of her flesh and blood. Although this kind of recovery couldn't compare to the outside world, it was still much better than before. And under this slow recovery, Mu Yoshua's originally hazy mind gradually regained its clarity. However, when she regained her clarity of mind, she sensed the consciousness that had entered her body in the palm that was just a few centimeters away from her chest. Her originally weak body suddenly stiffened. Yan Chutian could clearly sense Mu Yoshua's situation, so he hurriedly shouted, "Senior Sister Yoshua, focus your mind. I will help Senior Sister gather her spirit energy." Yan Chutian's words immediately made Mu Yoshua understand that he wasn't trying to take advantage of her, but was trying to heal her. So she hurriedly closed her beautiful eyes. Just as Yan Chutian said, she focused her mind. Then, with the help of the other party, she continued to gather spirit energy and recover her body. However, her stiff body that never softened in the slightest announced that her heart had never calmed down because of this. After helping Mu Yoshua recover for an hour or so, Yan Chutian hastily retracted his hand. Although Mu Yoshua was unable to recover, she was able to dissolve the medicinal efficacies on her own. Naturally, she no longer required his help. But although he withdrew his hand, his expression was still very awkward. Just like Mu Yoshua, even if Yan Chutian withdrew his hand, her delicate body was still extremely stiff. This awkward atmosphere made Yan Chutian hurriedly retreat dozens of feet away and sit cross-legged far away. Mu Yoshua secretly glanced at Yan Chutian's direction, and a complicated light flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. But in the end, she didn't say anything. When she withdrew her gaze, she quickly calmed her mind and continued to sit cross-legged to refine the elixir. At night, Mu Yoshua was still sitting cross-legged in silence. It wasn't until late at night that she finally opened her eyes that had been closed for almost an entire day. At this moment, her situation was still not optimistic. Although she had healing pills, it wasn't easy to recover her cultivation in the Inyang land, let alone her injuries. Thus, after spending such a long time, she had only managed to stabilize her injuries. As for her cultivation, there was no need to talk about it. Her current strength wasn't even a third of her peak, but she didn't regret this result. Thinking of this, Mu Yoshua's beautiful eyes opened in the night. Only now did she realize that she had unknowingly lost track of Yan Chutian, but she believed that he wouldn't abandon her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight against the three of them on the lake. And sure enough, in less than 15 minutes, Mu Yoshua saw Yan Chutian's figure. At this moment, there was a rare look of joy on the latter's face that had appeared ever since the former was injured. "Senior Sister Yoshua, I found a spirit spring. It should be very useful for your injuries." As soon as his voice fell, Yan Chutian hurriedly took Mu Yoshua in the direction he came from. After flying for a few miles, he could clearly see that in the depths of the valley in front of him, there was a spirit spring filled with spirit energy that was moving with a rustling sound. What was even more strange was that the yin-yang aura here was weaker than before. In other words, even without the spirit spring, this place was much better than the previous area. "Senior Sister Yoshua, quickly enter the spirit spring to recover. I will protect you nearby." Hearing this, Mu Yoshua naturally agreed and then rushed into the valley towards the spirit spring. She opened her jade-like hand slightly, and a spirit-light curtain suddenly appeared around her, blocking her vision and perception. Then Mu Yoshua slowly took off her clothes and walked into the spirit spring step by step. Only her head was above the water. At this moment, she suddenly recalled the past. She knew that the current her no longer had any secrets from Yan Chutian. What's more, if he suddenly wanted to do something to her, she wouldn't have any power to resist. Not to mention that her strength had been greatly reduced. The current Yan Chutian was also not the same as before. Chapter 542. Mu Yoshua's mind was filled with complicated thoughts. She hurriedly shook her head and expelled these complicated thoughts from her mind. Right now, it was more important for her to quickly recover. Her injuries were not light, but how could she be injured in this place of yin-yang? Outside the valley of the spirit spring, Yan Chutian had already spread out his aura, bringing the surroundings of the valley into his perception range. After that, he once again calmed his mind and stabilized his current realm. This situation lasted for a full 3 days before Mu Yoshua finally slowly walked out of the spirit spring behind him. When Mu Yoshua walked out of the spirit spring, Yan Chutian, who had sensed something, also slowly stopped his cultivation and stood up. Following which, he looked over and saw that Mu Yoshua, who was dozens of feet away, had already returned to her previous appearance. Although her appearance and clothes were the same, her aura was much more dispirited than before. As a result, Yan Chutian only needed to take a closer look to see that Mu Yoshua's current strength was probably only a third of her peak. At most, she was comparable to the second layer of the Yuanying technique. However, her injuries had finally been completely stabilized. No matter how slow her recovery was, it was still in the process of recovery. "Thank you for saving my life, Senior Sister Yoshua." Yan Chutian bowed deeply in gratitude because he understood very well that if Mu Yoshua hadn't risked her life to save him, he wouldn't have been able to enter the ruin by chance. He wouldn't even have been able to walk out of the Black Tower and would have been burned to death by the yang poison that had invaded his body. Hearing this, Mu Yoshua didn't have much of a reaction. Her beautiful eyes swept past Yan Chutian without leaving a trace, then looked at the world ahead. "My injuries won't be able to recover in a short period of time, so let's continue forward. And counting the time, the day of the meeting is almost here." The day of the meeting that Mu Yoshua spoke of was the day when the 3 paths intersected. Thus, Yan Chutian could only nod his head when he heard this. However, when he thought of the day of the meeting, his heart faintly felt uneasy. Because if the Tianyang Valley was really going to do something big, it would definitely be on the day of the meeting. Because at that time, it would be the best time to completely wipe out a certain faction. However, Yan Chutian still couldn't figure out where the Tianyang Valley's confidence came from. According to common sense, even if they could unite the disciples of many forces, it was impossible for them to threaten all the disciples of the Firmament God Palace. No matter how hard he thought about it, Yan Chutian still couldn't figure it out. Fortunately, he didn't think too much about it. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. He didn't believe that there wouldn't be a way to deal with it when the time came. Moreover, the current him had already successfully entered the Yuanying stage. Although he had only just entered the Yuanying stage, his strength was comparable to that of a fourth-level Yuanying. Such strength was sufficient to influence the battle between the top disciples of the two factions. As Mu Yoshue and Yen Chutian continued forward, at the same fork in the road, there was a young man sitting cross-legged on a short peak. There was a 7-colored giant tree growing on the short peak. The gentle brilliance scattered and enveloped his body. It was unknown how long this situation lasted, but the young man sitting cross-legged under the 7-colored giant tree finally stood up slowly. After the young man stood up, an extremely powerful spiritual pressure instantly spread out from his body. This pressure even surpassed that of a fourth-level Yuanying stage cultivator. It was enough to make a cultivator of that stage feel immense pressure. However, after the young man stood up, the enormous pressure instantly dissipated completely. It was as if it had never appeared from the beginning to the end. Congratulations, senior brother Li, for successfully breaking into the 5th level of Yuanying. In the next moment, a congratulatory laughter was suddenly transmitted from a certain place. Looking over, one could see a male figure with 3 ripples on his clothes slowly walking over. The 2 of them were obviously disciples of the Tianyang Valley. Senior brother Li has broken into the 5th level of Yuanying. I'm afraid that no one in the Firmament God Palace can contend against you. As his voice sounded, the man had already approached the young man called Senior Brother Li. However, this senior brother Li did not have any arrogance. Instead, he appeared to be rather calm. You don't have to deliberately praise them. The Firmament God Palace can suppress our Tianyang Valley for so many years. Naturally, their disciples can't be trash. However, this time, our preparations are so complete. No matter how powerful these Firmament God Palace disciples are, they will have to kneel down in front of us in the Inyan land. Senior brother is right, the man hurriedly echoed. At the same time, he seemed to be thinking about the scene that was about to happen soon. The smile on his face suddenly became extremely cold. In short, the disciples of the various forces in the Inyan land had changed from being scattered at the beginning to gathering at the current moment. Everyone's destination was, without exception, the end of the 3 forked paths. After continuously advancing for 3 days, although there were no obvious signs, Yen Chutian could feel that the number of people in the surrounding area was clearly much denser than before. This made him have a premonition that they might have stepped into the intersection of the 3 forked paths. Not long after, when Yen Chutian saw several familiar figures, he confirmed this point. From afar, he saw a figure that he could not be more familiar with in the Inyan land. This figure was none other than Liao. Liao did not move alone. He was closely following a young man with the cultivation of the 3rd layer of the Yuanying technique. Without much thought, he knew that this young man should be the source of the quota to enter the Inyan land that he had painstakingly obtained. But now, whether it was Liao or the young man, they were both in a very sorry state. Especially Liao, he had also suffered serious injuries. Originally, his cultivation was at the 2nd layer of the Yuanying technique. Now he could only display the cultivation of the 1st layer of the Yuanying technique. Yen Chutian did not need to think too much to know that the 2 of them must have been attacked by the disciples of the Tianyang Valley. Yen Chutian and Mu Yoshue looked at each other, and naturally, the other party also saw them. The young man with the cultivation of the 3rd layer of the Yuanying technique immediately rushed towards Mu Yoshue and landed beside her. Senior Sister Mu, we must cooperate in the Inyan land. The disciples of the Tianyang Valley are hard to guard against. If we don't cooperate, the result will be unpredictable. As soon as he rushed over, he hurriedly said, one could imagine that he had suffered a great loss at the hands of the disciples of the Tianyang Valley. But no matter how anxious he was, he quickly reacted. Mu Yoshue's current situation did not seem normal. Senior Sister Mu, you are injured. Mu Yoshua knew that her situation could be seen clearly by anyone with a discerning eye. Moreover, the person in front of her was also a disciple of the firmament god Palace. So she did not hide it and directly answered. The people of the Tianyang Valley are very aggressive. We must be careful. Mu Yoshua's words indirectly confirmed his guess. This made the disciple of the firmament god Palace lightly shake his head. He did not expect that the people of the Tianyang Valley would be so aggressive this time. Then, his gaze naturally fell on Yan Chutian. He still had some impression of Yan Chutian. So what shocked him at this time was that not only was the other party unscathed, but his cultivation had also broken through to the Yuaning realm. But how was this possible? Even Mu Yoshua was in such a sorry state. How could an elixir ant following him be in such a good situation? But with Mu Yoshua present, no matter how curious he would not ask more. At the same time, Liao also looked at Yan Chutian and could not help but smile coldly. In his opinion, Yan Chutian was as timid as a mouse and did not fight with the people of the Tianyang Valley at all. That was why the situation was so good. But he did not know why Mu Yoshua had brought such a burden into the Yinyang land. But no matter what, it was a fact that the two of them were traveling together. At this time, Yan Chutian also learned from Mu Yoshua that the person in front of him was a third-level Yuaning realm cultivator named Qinzhong. Although Qinzhong was not a good person, he was not a bad person either. It could only be said that he acted for his own benefit most of the time. Therefore, Yan Chutian also understood that it was no wonder that Li Yao could follow him into the Yinyang land. Li Yao had probably paid a huge price in exchange for this lot. Yan Chutian believed that with Li Yao's status as the only son of one of the 3 divine generals of the firmament divine city, as long as he gritted his teeth, he would definitely be able to offer something that would move Qinzhong. Chapter 543. As the two of them traveled together, Qinzhong clearly knew quite a bit. After hearing his narration, Yan Chutian and Mu Yoshua finally learned a bit about the situation at the intersection of the 3 paths. Just like before, all of them didn't know exactly how many fortuitous encounters and miracles existed at this place of convergence. However, there would always be some mysteries or opportunities that were widely known. Among them, the 7 Moons platform was the best example. The so-called 7 Moons platform was a platform with 7 crescent-shaped moons in the sky. However, the 7 Moons platform was not completely opened. Thus, the crowd could only see the silhouettes of the 7 platforms. However, according to legend, once the 7 Moons platform was completely opened, stone platforms would appear from the ground and allow the crowd to ascend the 7 platforms. However, no matter how large each platform was, there was a limit to the number of people it could accommodate. Furthermore, many people believed that the opportunities on each platform were limited. Thus, how could they possibly be willing to ascend the platforms with others? When mentioning the 7 Moons platform, a look of anticipation appeared on Qinzhong's face. Even though he had never ascended the 7 Moons platform before, he was able to imagine that the opportunities in such a mystical place were definitely not small. However, after a moment of anticipation, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. He knew very well that there were simply too many gazes focused on the 7 Moons platform. Not to mention the firmament god Palace, there were already many gazes. Adding on the Tianyang Valley, there was simply no hope for him at all. Originally, he thought that with Mu Yoshua's strength, there would be a certain amount of hope. However, after learning that Mu Yoshua was injured and her cultivation decreased, his hope was completely shattered. Hearing about the 7 Moons platform, Mu Yoshua's expression remained unchanged. However, she couldn't help but sigh in the depths of her heart. The reason for that was because the current her had already lost all ability to fight for places of opportunity. Senior Sister Yoshua, perhaps we should go and have a look at the 7 Moons platform. Perhaps there will be a way for you to recover quickly on the 7 Moons platform. Right at the moment when Mu Yoshua was rejecting the idea in her heart, Yan Chutian's soft words suddenly sounded by her ears. However, before Mu Yoshue could reply, Liao's mocking words were heard. "Huh, that's easy for you to say. Do you know how many people are eyeing the 7-moon stage? And our senior brother Chen and senior sister Mu are already injured. Their strength has been reduced. How can we compete?" Liao's words were very harsh. It was obvious that he wanted to force Yan Chutian to do something. However, when Chen Zhong heard that, he did not show any intention of stopping them, because he also believed that Liao's words were reasonable. On the other hand, could it be that this guy who followed Mu Yoshue couldn't see the situation clearly and only cared about flattering? At this time, only Mu Yoshue herself was clear that Yan Chutian was definitely not flattering her. Instead, he truly wanted her to quickly recover from her injuries and cultivation. This was because he was very clear that Yan Chutian's true strength was definitely not something that could only be seen on the surface. Otherwise, he had never heard of a cultivator who had just entered the Yuanying stage being able to suppress an ordinary 4th-layer Yuanying cultivator, or even force back the combined forces of 3 4th-layer Yuanying cultivators. Although there were many objective reasons behind this, it was undeniable that even Mu Yoshue herself would not dare to underestimate Yan Chutian in front of her in the slightest if she was at the peak of her cultivation. Even so, Mu Yoshue knew all too well that any one of the 7-moon stages was not a place that could be easily climbed. This was because this was the intersection of the 3 paths. In other words, any Tsunyuan continent disciple who entered this Yinyang land and was still alive could appear below the 7-moon stages. In such a place, only a peak 4th-layer Yuanying cultivator would dare to say that they had a certain degree of confidence in being able to gain a foothold. Therefore, how could Mu Yoshue immediately agree? She was still hesitating. "Senior sister Yoshue, if worst comes to worst, we can just go and take a look. If possible, we will fight for an opportunity for you." Yan Chutian's gentle voice rang out once again. He did not deliberately lower his voice, so both Chen Zhong and Liao could clearly hear him. However, it seemed that Yan Chutian had already said this, so Mu Yoshue no longer hesitated and finally spoke her mind. She quickly looked at Chen Zhong and said, "Why don't we go to the 7-moon stages? After all, with just the 2 of us, I'm afraid that we won't be able to withstand the combined forces of so many Yuanying disciples." Although Mu Yoshue had concealed her intentions, how could Chen Zhong, who had heard Yan Chutian's previous words, not understand that she was clearly listening to the words of the disciple who had just entered the Yuanying stage? This immediately shocked him because Chen Zhong knew that in the past Mu Yoshue would not only listen to the words of other men, but would also rarely even approach them. But now she was actually listening to the words of the disciple who had just entered the Yuanying stage. If that was the case, it was no wonder that Mu Yoshue would bring him into the Yinyang land. Although he was shocked in his heart, Chen Zhong's expression was very calm as he immediately responded slowly. "Since senior sister Mu has spoken, junior brother will definitely obey." Looking at this scene, Liao's heart was not only shocked, but also filled with a strong sense of jealousy. This was because he could completely imagine the reason why a woman would listen to another man's words. When he thought of that possibility, he naturally felt extremely jealous, because whether it was in terms of appearance or status, Mu Yoshue was a proud daughter of the heavens that was enough to tempt him. However, such a woman treated trash like Yan Chutian differently. Why was this so? One must know that he was clearly the top figure among the new disciples. It was also him who had already stepped into the 2nd level of the Yuanying stage and was not far from the 3rd level of the Yuanying stage. It was also him who had walked all the way to the end of the outer court trial and was the strongest among the new disciples. Even many of the older disciples could not help but have a whole new level of respect for him. But even so, why couldn't he compare to a fellow who had already failed long ago? At this moment, Liao could not help but roar in his heart, but in the end he did not say anything and just followed behind Chen Zhong without saying a word. However, Yen Chutian could clearly feel that this guy's gaze towards him was much colder and fiercer than before. But regardless of the reason, to the current Yen Chutian, it wasn't something she needed to care about. He was well aware that he had completely left Li Yao in the dust. He was now comparable to a yuanying stage for a cultivator, or even stronger. Thus, why would he care about a fellow who was only at the second level of the yuanying stage? Yen Chutian only focused on guarding Mu Yoshua. The latter had fallen because of him. Given the current situation, he naturally did not want to see her suffer any more harm. As for the Seven Moons platform, although he said that he was only going to take a look, Yen Chutian knew very well that he was not just going to take a look. If possible, he would definitely do his best to send Mu Yoshua to the Seven Moons platform. The intersection of these three paths was clearly much wider than any of the previous paths. This was because it took 4 people an entire day to reach the Seven Moons platform. When they arrived at the Seven Moons platform, they could see from afar that there were 7 extremely mysterious platforms shaped like crescent moons high up in the sky. There were many figures gathered below the Seven Moons platform. Even with a quick glance, Yen Chutian could sense at least 7 auras of the 4th level of the yuanying stage. And this was only on the surface. Only the heavens knew how many people were hidden in the crowd or in the shadows. As they gradually approached the crowd, Yen Chutian and Mu Yoshua could clearly sense that the space around the Seven Moons platform was extremely heavy, as if it was purposely suppressing their figures. If they stayed on the ground, they would not feel anything out of the ordinary. But once they leapt, or even leapt, they could clearly feel the enormous pressure. Yen Chutian was slightly surprised by this, but he quickly understood. It was no wonder that the Seven Moons platform had to be completely opened before one could ascend it. Without the support of the stone platforms, it was impossible for them to reach the Seven Moons platform high up in the sky. In other words, even if Yen Chutian wanted to help Mu Yoshua ascend one of the Seven Moons platforms, he would have to wait until the Seven Moons platform was completely opened. Chapter 544. It was like a nation of eternal darkness. Vast and mighty flowing water filled the earth. Rustling sounds could be heard. However, upon closer inspection, those were not flowing water at all. Instead, those rustling sounds were dark red blood that emitted a dense smell of blood. It was extremely difficult to imagine how many lives were lost in order to form such an enormous lake of blood. As one continued to look forward, one could see a huge beast lying on a stone platform several meters long at the center of the lake of blood. It was not difficult to understand that the blood in the lake of blood was nourishing this huge beast. However, this huge beast did not emit any aura at all. Its body was also covered with many frightening scars. It was as if it had died a long time ago. This won't do. In the end, we still need the divine blood of the 5 birds as a guide. Only then can we activate the remaining life in its body. Suddenly, a slightly anxious voice sounded in the nation of darkness. Following that, another voice filled with vicissitudes of life slowly sounded. However, there are only the divine blood of the 3 birds in the realm of darkness. We are still missing 2. Search for them at all costs. The voice from before sounded once again with an unquestionable might. This caused the former to not dare to delay. His body moved slightly in the darkness and disappeared from this world. Not long after he disappeared, a soft voice suddenly came from another direction. It seems that the divine blood of the Azure One is hidden in the firmament god palace. It can be considered one of the divine blood of the 5 birds. After this voice sounded, the dignified voice from before did not immediately sound. Instead, after a moment of hesitation, it sounded once again with a slightly gloomy and cold intent. Haha, that's even easier. Let that fellow retrieve the divine blood of the Azure One. Yes. After the short voice sounded, the entire world of darkness once again sank into silence like before. Only the intermittent flickering bone flames could illuminate the incomplete scene in this part of the world. When the bone flames illuminated the lake of blood, It revealed a face that Yen Chutian would likely never forget in his lifetime. This was the ghost exalted from the divine realm. Below the 7 Moons platform, they waited for a full hour. However, during this process, other than the fact that the crowd around them was getting denser and denser, the 7 platforms above them did not change at all. Although Yen Chutian couldn't help but feel disappointed, he gradually lost his patience. After all, only the heavens knew how and when this 7 Moon stage would be activated. If the Yin Yang land didn't open until it closed, could it be that they were just going to wait here forever? It was also because of this that Yen Chutian could clearly see that although the surrounding crowd was becoming denser and denser, there were also figures continuously leaving this place. He could even sense the aura of a cultivator at the 4th level of the Yuanying stage from the departing figure. However, he was neither a disciple of the Dark God Palace nor a disciple of the Tianyang Valley. He should be a top disciple of a small force. After waiting for another few hours, not to mention Yen Chutian, Mu Yoshue, Qinzhong, and Liao had all lost their patience. This was especially so for Liao. He originally thought that Yen Chutian was an idiot for wanting to fight for the opportunity of the 7 Moons platform. Therefore, he was currently wasting his time. However, just as they looked at each other and were about to give up, the 7 Moons platform that had been silent for a long time finally moved. Boom, boom! Muffled rumbles slowly resounded from the 7 Moon platforms in the sky. Naturally, Yen Chutian and the others weren't the only ones who noticed the commotion. Instead, everyone noticed the commotion at the first instance. Look, the 7 Moons platform is moving. After waiting for so long, the 7 Moons platform is finally going to open. Haha, the 7 Moons platform is going to open. Many words of surprise immediately rang out from the crowd. However, no matter how much surprise there was, when the huge stone platforms continuously rose from the ground as expected, everyone became solemn. This was because everyone knew that now that the opportunity had opened, it was time for the fight to erupt. Even though there were 7 platforms, the fight would not be easy. One must know that there were more than 7 Yuanying stage for cultivators present. Yen Chutian's original intention was to help Mu Yoshue onto the platform. Therefore, he immediately said to Mu Yoshue, "Senior sister Yoshue, follow me closely. I will try to help you onto one of the platforms." If an ordinary Yuanying stage for cultivator said such words, Mu Yoshue would definitely feel that it was ridiculous. However, as she knew Yen Chutian's strength, she did not have any doubts. She immediately nodded her head and followed Yen Chutian towards one of the platforms. Seeing that Yen Chutian and Mu Yoshue were about to climb one of the platforms, Qinzhong's originally hesitant heart immediately became determined. He then looked at Liao behind him and said, "Follow me to the platform." Yes, in the land of Yinyang, Liao still had to rely on Qinzhong and naturally did not dare to object. Moreover, he also knew that as long as he had a good grasp of the situation, even if he failed in the fight, he would not be hurt. After all, in a place like this, no one wanted to force the other into a corner. Choosing a platform to ascend, Yen Chutian and Mu Yoshue didn't encounter any obstructions at first, but this was truly just the beginning. Soon, 2 pairs of eyes swept over Yen Chutian and Mu Yoshue. "Prides of the Firmament God Palace, the opportunity is before us. Please excuse us." As the voice rang out, Yen Chutian's eyes had already locked onto the 2 Yuanying stage 2 young men. They were not disciples of the Tianyang Valley. They should be from a small faction. Even the disciples of a small faction dared to bully the disciples of the Firmament God Palace. Clearly, they could tell that Mu Yoshue's situation was not right. Currently, she was only at the 2nd Yuanying stage 4. As for Yen Chutian, it was obvious that he had just entered the Yuanying stage. They did not care about him at all. However, how could Yen Chutian trouble Mu Yoshue to deal with these 2 small fries? He looked at Mu Yoshue and said softly, "Senior sister Yoshue, leave these 2 small fries to me." Before Yen Chutian finished speaking, the two disciples of the small factions were instantly enraged. Even if they were from a small faction, the disciple of the firmament god palace in front of them did not take them seriously at all. Moreover, he had just entered the yuanying stage. With such strength, he was no match for any of them. What right did he have to say such arrogant words about two small fries? His eyes were filled with coldness. In the next instant, the disciple of the small faction spoke again. Very well. Let us two disciples of the Sky Mountain Cave experience the skills of the prides of the firmament god palace. Before he finished speaking, the two of them were already charging towards Yen Chutian like ferocious tigers. Extremely vigorous energy surged in their hands. Such power was enough to severely injure any cultivator in the first stage of the yuanying stage. However, Yen Chutian did not seem to have any intention of dodging the joint attack of the two. He looked as if he was going to face them head-on. This scene not only made the surrounding people feel that Yen Chutian was extremely arrogant, but even Li Yao, who was climbing up the other platform, looked at him with a mocking gaze. He had not expected Yen Chutian to be so arrogant. Did he think that he could defeat those of a higher stage as he was in the yuanying stage or the elixir stage? Under Li Yao's mocking gaze, Yen Chutian also raised his palms and clashed with the two disciples of the Sky Mountain Cave who were charging over. However, the result of this clash made the mocking expression on Li Yao's face disappear without a trace. His eyes widened as if they were going to pop out of their sockets. Because of the clash of palms, the result was that the two disciples of the Sky Mountain Cave were forced to retreat in an extremely embarrassing manner. They almost fell off the platform that led to the platform. At the same time, the surrounding people's gazes were filled with disbelief. They had not expected such an outcome. At this moment, only Mu Yoshue's beautiful face remained calm. This was because she had long known the extent of Yen Chutian's true strength. Back then, 3 yuanying stage for Tianyang Valley disciples had joined forces and were forced to retreat, let alone these 2 yuanying stage 2 disciples of the Sky Mountain Cave. After the initial shock, the surrounding crowd gradually understood what was going on. They knew that this cultivator who had just entered the yuanying stage was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 545. High up in the sky, the platform of the 7th moon shone brightly. From time to time, it would flash and announce its mystery. It was enough to attract countless people to rush toward it. At this time, on the stone platforms that extended from one of the platforms, there were countless shocked gazes looking at the figure in front of them. They looked at the figure, although he had just entered the yuanying stage. His strength was enough to make even stage 3 yuanying stage 2 cultivators feel extremely dignified. The reason for that was because they had clearly seen the previous scene. The 2 nascent soul realm disciples of the Heavenly Mountain Cave were actually easily repelled by him, not to mention someone who had just entered the yuanying stage. Even stage 3 yuanying stage 2 cultivators would find it difficult to possess such strength. But no matter what, everyone knew that the scene just now had indeed happened in front of their eyes. At the same time, the 2 Sky Mountain Cave disciples were also shocked and absent-minded. However, when they recovered from the shock, their faces were immediately replaced by a thick sense of humiliation. Just now, they were still ridiculing the other party for overestimating himself. But now, in the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were easily repelled by the other party. How could this not make them feel extremely ashamed? Trashed I. Therefore, the 2 of them immediately circulated their chi and attacked Yen Chutian fiercely again. In their opinion, they must have been careless just now. How could a person who had just entered the yuanying stage have such strong strength? Seeing the 2 of them using their full strength to attack, Yen Chutian was not surprised. Just like before, when the 2 of them approached, he struck out with both palms. Boom! The palms collided again, but the result was the same as before. Even if the 2 of them worked together, they were easily repelled by Yan Chutian. On the other hand, Yan Chutian's expression did not change at all from the beginning to the end. Such a situation made everyone realize that the firmament God Palace disciple in front of them could not be judged with common sense. Otherwise, as someone who had just entered Yuanying, facing any second-layer Yuanying cultivator, he would definitely be in a difficult situation. How could he be in such a state now? Thus, the crowd couldn't help but sympathize with the two celestial mountain cave disciples. Their rash actions had clearly kicked an iron plate. However, at the same time, there was no sign of regret on the faces of the two celestial mountain cave disciples. Instead, their expressions grew more and more malevolent. They simply could not accept that a guy who had just entered Yuanying could display such strength and force them to such an extent. Impossible, this is impossible. You must be the one holding on. The two of them had ferocious expressions on their faces. Without any hesitation, they madly charged towards Yan Chutian. Seeing such a scene, Yan Chutian no longer maintained his silence. Before the corner of his mouth moved, an ice-cold and disdainful voice slowly sounded out. Stubborn. As his voice fell, the two sides' palms collided once again. However, this time, the outcome of the two celestial mountain cave disciples was clearly much more difficult than before. Not only did they immediately spit out a mist of blood the moment the palms collided, but they also continuously brushed against the ground of the stone platform and were pushed back until they finally fell off the stone platform. However, with such an outcome, not to mention Yan Chutian himself, even the surrounding crowd would not have any sympathy for the two celestial mountain cave disciples. This was because the other side clearly did not know what was good for them. They should have known that they were no match for him, but they were still unwilling to believe it and attacked crazily. However, even if they knew this logic, if they put themselves in the other side's shoes, they would also be unwilling to believe such a situation. After easily dealing with the two celestial mountain cave disciples, Yan Chutian took the opportunity to look around. At this moment, not many people dared to meet Yan Chutian's gaze. This was because the strength Yan Chutian displayed had already proven himself. Even a third-layer Yuanying cultivator wouldn't dare to look down on him. After looking around, Yan Chutian withdrew his gaze and looked at Mu Yoshua behind him. He faintly smiled and slowly said, "Senior Sister Yoshua, let's continue." Mu Yoshua didn't say anything. She gently nodded and followed Yan Chutian's footsteps, continuing to climb up the stone platform. But during this process, Mu Yoshua's heart was filled with an unprecedented warmth. She didn't know how long it had been since she had experienced the feeling of being protected by someone. Below another platform, Liao was struggling to climb up with Qinzhong. His appearance was already extremely difficult. Thus, when he looked at the figure on the other side that was being looked at with awe, envy and unwillingness naturally appeared on his face. The ant that he had once disdained had unknowingly reached such a height. How could he accept such a great disparity? Therefore, when he saw that not long after, there was finally another figure that appeared to stop the two of them, a deep excitement immediately appeared on his face. Looking at the young male cultivator that appeared in front of him, Yan Chutian knew that if the other party dared to stand up at this time, he must have been prepared. And, as expected, in the next moment, Yan Chutian heard Mu Yoshua's whisper of warning. This is a disciple of the Nine Serenities sect. The Nine Serenities sect is a subsidiary sect of the Tianyang Valley. Even if he isn't blocking the path of a disciple of the Tianyang Valley, he is trying to show goodwill to the disciples of the Tianyang Valley. Hearing this, Yan Chutian understood. He also remembered that when he fought with the disciples of the Tianyang Valley, he had also injured many disciples of the Nine Serenities sect. It was just that the disciples of the Nine Serenities sect at that time were too weak, so he didn't remember them at all. Haha, anyone can pass me, but the disciples of the Firmament God Palace can't. What are you going to do about it? At the same time, the cold laughter of the Nine Serenities sect disciple, slowly sounded. He looked directly at Yan Chutian without hiding anything. Obviously, the you he was referring to was Yan Chutian. Since the other party had made his intentions so obvious, Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't pretend to be polite and immediately responded with a cold smile. Then I'm going to pass you. What can you do about it? The confrontation between the two was clearly seen by everyone, and it also made them understand that it was likely that another battle was about to begin, more or less because of Yan Chutian's previous performance. Now no one dared to look down on him. However, when faced with the 9 Serenities sect disciple and feeling the immense pressure of the former's spiritual energy, after weighing the pros and cons, the scales gradually tilted. Everyone could clearly see that the 9 Serenities sect disciple had stepped into the 3rd level of the Yuaning realm for a long time. The immense aura that he emitted was probably not far from the 4th level of the Yuaning realm. As for Yan Chutian, most of them estimated his strength based on his previous performance. One was real, and the other was estimated. It was easy to imagine how the scales would tilt. This 9 Serenities sect disciple, Chu Feng, has already stepped into the 3rd level of the Yuaning realm and is one of the best. That Firmament God Palace disciple won't have it easy. Indeed, although that Firmament God Palace disciple is strange and comparable to the 3rd level of the Yuaning realm, he shouldn't be a match for Chu Feng. But there's no other way. The 9 Serenities sect is a subordinate force of the Tianyang Valley. If they want to go to the moon platform, Chu Feng will naturally stop them. Rustling sounds of discussion came from all around. The words were different, but most of them expressed that they felt that the situation between Yan Chutian and Mu Yoshua was not good. At the same time hearing Yan Chutian's cold words, Chu Feng laughed out loud as if he had heard a good joke. In the end, his face abruptly turned cold and gloomy as his blade-like gaze shot towards Yan Chutian. You really don't know what you're talking about. Even Mu Yoshua, who is beside you right now, can't say such arrogant words to me. Who do you think you are? Haha. Even if a dragon is swimming in the shallows, it's not something a small shrimp like you can play with. Yan Chutian continued to sneer unhurriedly, but after hearing such ridicule, how could Chu Feng remain calm? His originally handsome face immediately turned extremely sinister. You don't know what you're talking about. Die! Before the shout had even ended, Chu Feng had already shot out explosively. The pressure that was originally only spreading out suddenly changed, revealing a shocking sharpness. Chapter 546. Die for me! Before Chu Feng finished his words, his body had already shot out. Vigorous energy surged in his palm. Even a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Yuaning realm could not underestimate the aura that was released. Even so, Yan Chutian was not worried at all. The difference in strength between the two of them was enough for him to be confident. Therefore, Yan Chutian immediately threw out a punch. The energy in his fist also surged and went straight for Chu Feng's attack. Bang! A deep rumbling sound immediately resounded. However, this result was destined to shock everyone once again. As the roar sounded, Chu Feng, who everyone thought was going to win, took a few steps back in disbelief. On the other hand, Yan Chutian remained motionless in the same spot as when he was facing the combined attack of the 2 Sky Mountain Cave disciples. How is this possible? Similar sounds of astonishment could be heard from all around. This was really hard to believe because they all knew that Chu Feng was a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Yuaning realm. However, even with such a cultivation, he still could not gain any advantage against the Firmament God Palace disciple. Could it be that this Firmament God Palace disciple, who had just entered the Yuaning realm, was actually comparable to a cultivator at the 4th level of the Yuaning realm? Impossible! Chu Feng suddenly shouted. No matter what, he could not accept that he would be in such a situation when facing his opponent. Great Sumeru Finger! As he shouted, spiritual light gathered in Chu Feng's palm. In just a few breaths, the shape of a huge spiritual finger gradually formed. As the spiritual light continued to gather, the pressure emitted by the huge finger became more and more majestic. One could imagine how powerful the great Sumeru finger would be when it was completely formed. This scene also attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. Chu Feng's great Sumeru finger was obviously famous, or rather, it was a famous spiritual technique of the Nine Serenities sect. However, Yan Chutian's expression was still very calm as he looked at this attack. He was not in a hurry to launch an attack. Instead, he waited for the great Sumeru finger to fully take shape. Although it took a long time to describe, in truth, it only took a moment for the great Sumeru finger to completely take shape. The moment the great Sumeru finger was fully formed, Chu Feng's expression became extremely ferocious. Then, with a loud shout, the giant finger fell from the sky and headed straight for Yan Chutian. A huge finger descended from the sky. Layers of spirit inscriptions surrounded the huge finger. Light flickered from time to time, making it seem even more extraordinary. When such a huge finger fell, even a cultivator of the same level as it would find it extremely difficult to block it. Because of this, the surrounding people once again began to view Chu Feng with importance. No matter what, he was a level 3 Yuanying sect cultivator, with the power of the great Sumeru finger. Even that strange firmament god palace disciple would not be able to block it easily, right? However, the following result was destined to shock everyone once again. Facing Chu Feng's ferocious attack, Yan Chutian was still the same as before. He did not have any intention of dodging or blocking. He simply raised his palms again, following which the power of Qi continuously emerged and gathered in his palms. Boom! The great Sumeru finger pressed down and fiercely collided with the power brewing in Yan Chutian's hands. Instantly, a huge roar exploded. The result was that Chu Feng was pushed back by the energy ripples. He was pushed back several feet in disbelief. There was a glaring trace of blood at the corner of his mouth that slowly dripped down. On the other hand, Yan Chutian was still the same as before. From the beginning to the end, he did not move an inch. It was as if the power of the impact was nothing to him. Such a result not only shocked everyone, but also made Chu Feng realize something. Even though his expression was ugly, he did not dare to act rashly. Chu Feng's obviously timid appearance was clear to anyone with a discerning eye. Needless to say, even Yan Chutian, who was good at reading people's expressions. Thus, he only smiled coldly at Chu Feng. Yan Chutian turned around and looked at Mu Yoshua behind him. He directly said, "Senior Sister Yoshua, let's continue." His appearance was as if there was no one around. Clearly, he did not put Chu Feng in his eyes. However, even though he knew this, Chu Feng still did not dare to act, other than having an ugly expression. This was because he knew very well that he was indeed not a match for the other party. He was not a fool. Through the bits and pieces of fighting, even if he felt humiliated, he had to admit that the other party's true strength was above his. However, because of this, he could only watch as the other party surpassed him, making him look like a jumping clown. He was truly unwilling to accept this. So what if you can surpass me? Senior Brother Fan is on the 7 Moons platform. Not to mention you. Even if Mu Yoshua was not injured, she would have to consider whether she has the strength to go up there. When Chu Feng said this, Yan Chutian already understood that the other party had come to resist under the instigation of a Tianyang Valley disciple as expected. However, this did not matter. He had already expected that he would encounter a top disciple from Tianyang Valley. Now he had just confirmed it in advance. He should be talking about Tianyang Valley's Fan Shua. Fan Shua's cultivation is already at the 4th level of the Yuanying realm. He is skilled in a technique called the Blood Dragon Scripture and is extremely difficult to deal with. Mu Yoshua's soft voice sounded in Yan Chutian's ear, explaining everything to Yan Chutian. Hearing these words, Yan Chutian nodded slightly. Then he ignored Chu Feng and continued to head up the platform with Mu Yoshua. On the other side, Liao had already fallen off the platform. At this time he could only watch as the figure that he had once disdained approached the platform under the gazes of thousands of people. This made him so jealous that his eyes were about to turn red. He almost roared in his heart. Why was that guy so weak that he could not stop him? If this continued, would he really be able to reach the platform? Would he really be able to reach the opportunity that he coveted so much? As he approached the platform high above, Yan Chutian could clearly sense that there were two auras at the fourth level of the Yuanyin realm fighting on the platform. When he appeared below the platform, Yan Chutian could clearly see that there were two figures fighting fiercely on the platform. One of them was wearing a purple robe, while the other was wearing the uniform of the Tianyang Valley. Yan Chutian did not recognize the purple-robed man. He should be a top disciple of some small faction. As for the man wearing the uniform of the Tianyang Valley, he should be Fan Shuo. As a major faction in the Tianyang Valley, their disciples were naturally extraordinary. Thus, the two continued to fight, but Fan Shuo had already suppressed the situation. Sure enough, after a while, the purple-robed man's silk was completely defeated. Blood sprayed out from his chest as he retreated in a sorry state. Fan Shuo casually grabbed and gathered the blood in his palm. Then he absorbed the blood into his body. Although the purple-robed man was unwilling to accept the scene, he knew that he was no match for Fan Shuo. He could only retreat from the platform. Although there was no rule that only one person could reach the platform, he had already communicated with Fan Shuo and was rejected. Moreover, Fan Shuo did not look like someone who would share the opportunity on the platform with others. After forcing the purple-robed man away, Fan Shuo's blood-red eyes gradually fell on Yan Chutian and Mu Yoshua. But now his gaze was mainly on Yan Chutian's body, because he knew very well who was the one with the most stunning performance on the way here. After looking up and down several times, Fan Shuo laughed coldly. Then he said with a sinister smile, "I didn't expect the Firmament God Palace to have someone like you. You just entered the Yuanyin realm and you can beat Chu Feng until he couldn't do anything." From his words, Fan Shuo did not look down on Yan Chutian at all. This was not only because of his nature, but also because of Yan Chutian's previous performance. Therefore, Fan Shuo knew that if he still looked down on Fan Shuo because of his cultivation, then he was really stupid. However, Fan Shuo was not a stupid person. It was also because of Fan Shuo's performance that Yan Chutian paid more attention to him. Moreover, he had a feeling that Fan Shuo was stronger than any of the 3 Tianyang Valley disciples he had met before. Therefore, he could not look down on Fan Shuo. Chapter 547. Thank you for the compliment, Yan Chutian indifferently replied. Similarly, he stared at the other party's line of sight, scanning Fan Shuo from top to bottom. If you don't want to fight, we can stop and wait together on the platform. In the end, we can fight for the opportunity based on our own luck. Yan Chutian said slowly. He didn't mind standing on the platform with the other party. However, while Yan Chutian had such thoughts, Fan Watero clearly didn't. After hearing his cold laugh, a cold voice like before was slowly emitted. It sounds like a good suggestion, but I, Fan Watero, only want to monopolize this opportunity. So you should take your senior sister and scram. As his voice fell, the enormous aura from Fan Watero rapidly spread out. Wherever the aura passed, even space couldn't withstand it. The many cultivators on the platform below also felt the enormous pressure. They couldn't help but sigh. As expected of someone from the Tianyang Valley, his strength was extraordinary. With such strength, there were probably few people in the 4th layer of the Yuanyin Valley that could compare to him. It was also because of this that many people couldn't help but make a decision in their hearts. In their view, even if Yan Chutian's previous performance was shocking, he wouldn't have the chance to show off in front of Fan Watero. The strength that Fan Watero had displayed was simply too powerful. Moreover, this didn't include the blood dragon scripture that he had just displayed. Facing the enormous aura rushing towards him, Yan Chutian didn't move. He only slowly raised his right palm when the aura was about to hit him. As Xiao Chen slowly raised his right palm, a similar aura quickly spread out. The newly born qi appeared to be immature. However, when they gathered and condensed into a barrier, a majestic feeling that seemed to be impossible to erode rapidly spread out. The aura crashed onto the barrier, but there wasn't any shocking movement. It could even be said that there was no sound at all. It was terrifyingly calm. However, as long as one was a cultivator, they would be able to sense the enormous aura that spread out when the two collided. Just the feeling of such an aura was enough to make them feel terrified. It was extremely difficult to imagine just how powerful the center of the collision would be. However, even under such a collision, everyone could clearly see that Yan Chutian's body was still motionless. In other words, he had truly blocked Fan Shua's aura attack. This scene might not seem like much, but it made the crowd trust Yan Chutian even more than before. Although a third-level nascent soul cultivator was extremely powerful, only a fourth-level nascent soul cultivator could stand at the top of the crowd in this yin-yang land. Seeing that the other party had easily blocked his aura, Fan Shua narrowed his eyes. An even more solemn expression slowly spread from his face. However, he didn't say much. His right foot lightly stepped on the ground, and the spiritual energy light pillar once again burst out like a swimming dragon. At the same time, his figure also disappeared like a ghost. Boom! Similarly, after blocking Fan Shua's spiritual energy attack with a stomp of his foot, Yan Chutian didn't even bat an eyelid, let alone show any joy. This was because he could clearly sense that this was just a cover before the real attack. Boom! As expected, in the next moment, a huge explosion sounded behind Yan Chutian again. Amidst the explosion, one could clearly see that Fan Shua's extended palm was being forcefully blocked by another palm. On the two palms, an astonishing aura was madly eroding. However, no matter how overbearing Fan Shua's aura was, it couldn't make any substantial progress under Yan Chutian's tenacious aura. This scene was clearly seen by Fan Shua. It made him understand that no matter how much he probed, it was useless. What he should do next was to directly use his powerful strength to knock down the other party. With this thought, Fan Shua, who had retreated a few steps, quickly gathered a dense aura in his palm. When the qi reached a certain level of density, Fan Shua's cold and murderous voice immediately rang out. Mysterious fiendish palm. Before the cold shout had even died down, the palm print that flickered with a dark black light charged towards Yan Chutian. As the black light flickered, a strong sense of erosion spread out. It was as if even the space couldn't withstand this kind of erosion. This mysterious fiendish palm was an extremely powerful killing technique of Fan Shua. As the mysterious fiendish palm attacked, Yan Chutian's eyes were similarly filled with a solemn look. If it were not long ago, it would be extremely difficult for him to block such an attack even if he used all his strength. But now, he had already stepped into the Yuanying realm. Things were different now. The techniques that were extremely difficult to block in the past were no longer difficult to block today. Mysterious yang finger. Yan Chutian lightly spat out. In the next moment, he raised his right palm and the aura on his index finger quickly spread out. But the key was the mysterious yang qi that surged within his body. Although the mysterious yang qi and the cultivation of spiritual energy didn't have a clear relationship, the two complemented each other. Thus, Yan Chutian's breakthrough in cultivation also increased the mysterious yang qi by a lot. As Yan Chutian's voice sounded, he had already pointed out a finger. The mysterious yang finger broke through the space and headed straight for Fan Shua. A finger and a palm powerfully collided in midair. This time, it was no longer silent. In the instant they collided, there was an astonishing rumbling sound that heavily reverberated in the air. The turbulent energy ripples spread out. It was enough to force the people below to use their spiritual energy to block. Otherwise, it would be difficult to resist. But even so, there were still some weak people who couldn't resist and were directly knocked off the platform. But such people didn't need sympathy. With such weak strength, even if they weren't knocked off, they wouldn't be able to get onto the platform. Back to the main topic. After the boom, both Yan Chutian and Fan Shuo retreated. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were deeply shocked. They didn't expect the firmament god palace disciple to be so powerful. With just the cultivation of a beginner in the Yuanyin realm, he could compete with Fan Shuo, who was at the 4th level of the Yuanyin realm, to such an extent. Moreover, he was unscathed. It was as if they were evenly matched. Below the other platform, Yan Chutian was able to compete with a disciple of the Tianyang Valley, who was at the 4th level of the Yuanyin realm, to such an extent. Li Yao's face was so jealous that it was almost distorted. He couldn't imagine how Yan Chutian, who had just entered the Yuanyin realm, could become so strong. Moreover, he could imagine that if Yan Chutian returned to the firmament god palace in such a manner, he would definitely attract a lot of attention. His future status would probably be completely incomparable to Li Yao. Therefore, Li Yao was crazily roaring in his heart. Why didn't Fan Shuo seriously injure Yan Chutian? Instead, he let Fan Shuo show off his might. At the same time, Fan Shuo, who had retreated, no longer had a serious expression on his face. Instead, he was indifferent. But anyone who knew him knew that this was the Fan Shuo who was putting his heart and soul into the fight. There was no joy or sorrow. He only had eyes for his opponent. It was no wonder that Fan Shuo was in such a state. He simply didn't expect Yan Chutian to be able to compete with him to such an extent. Although the previous guy had forced him to use the Blood Dragon scripture, that guy was a genuine 4th level Yuanyin realm cultivator. But the firmament god palace disciple in front of him was clearly just a beginner in the Yuanyin realm. Phew! Fan Shuo gently exhaled and then closed his eyes. As he slowly closed his eyes, wisps of blood-red aura suddenly gathered in the sky. At the same time, the most eye-catching thing was naturally the blood-red aura around Fan Shuo's body. The blood-red aura gathered even more clearly and faintly formed a shape. Not long after, everyone knew what shape it was. It was the shape of a dragon. In other words, it was a lifelike blood-red dragon. Blood dragon scripture. Blood dragons roar. An eerie and cold voice slowly came out of Fan Shuo's mouth. As his last word fell, the lifelike blood-red dragon immediately turned towards Yan Chutian. Then it roared furiously and charged towards Yan Chutian. Wherever the blood-red dragon passed, the space shattered and simply couldn't exist. With such an astonishing aura, even a 4th level Yuanyin realm cultivator would find it extremely difficult to resist. Therefore, this scene naturally caused Li Yao, whose face was distorted, to finally reveal an expression of wild joy. Chapter 548. Such a shocking attack, even from such a distance, caused Li Yao to tremble. In his opinion, no matter how strong Yan Chutian was, it was impossible for him to block it. In fact, at this moment, not to mention the surrounding people, even Mu Yoshue, who was behind Yan Chutian, couldn't help but worry for him. This was because she could clearly sense the enormous power contained within the opponent's attack. Even at her peak, if she wanted to block such power, it would be difficult for her to have complete confidence. Therefore, she couldn't help but worry for Yan Chutian. Her jade-like hands under her white sleeves were already tightly clenched. The blood-red dragon surged over. Looking at this shocking attack, Yan Chutian wasn't worried at all. Instead, a faint smile quietly appeared on the corner of his mouth. This blood dragon's roar was indeed extraordinary. But when it came to the word dragon, why would he need to be afraid of others? Among the spirit tattoos he condensed, there was a true dragon spirit tattoo. Even though the true dragon tattoo was devoured by the spirit tattoo, the characteristics of the true dragon tattoo did not disappear. Instead, it was hidden within the spirit tattoo. Therefore, at this moment, when he encountered a spirit art that was above the word dragon and was actually showing off in front of him, how could Yan Chu Tian be afraid in the slightest? Speaking of which, the one who should be afraid should be the other party. Huff, slowly exhaling a breath of air, the true dragon's power hidden within his body was slowly mobilized and attached to the surging power. In the end, along with Yan Chutian's shout, all of the power erupted. Mysterious yang energy. Boom! What everyone could see was Yan Chutian suddenly throwing out a punch. Along with the punch, the enormous power of qi in the surroundings poured out in a frenzy, heading straight for Fan Shuo to suppress him. Everyone had to admit that the degree of power had indeed reached a level that shocked them. But no matter how shocked they were, this power was still inferior to Fan Shuo's blood dragon's roar by level. And between experts, victory and defeat could be determined in the slightest, let alone on the same level. It was also because of this that a sinister sneer appeared on Fan Shuo's face. Boom! Under everyone's gazes, the collision finally occurred. However, when the collision truly occurred, the sinister sneer on Fan Shuo's face instantly froze, because the expected strong defeat didn't occur as expected. Although the other party's power seemed weak, after contact, there was an astonishing toughness that gradually revealed itself. Even so, Fan Shuo wasn't afraid. In his opinion, this was just a last-ditch effort by the other party. However, in the next moment, a scene that Fan Waterloo found hard to believe occurred. In his perception, he could clearly feel that the blood dragon within his blood dragon's roar was actually trembling. It was no longer as domineering as it was in the past. This sudden situation was simply incomprehensible to Fan Shuo. But when he turned to look at Yan Chutian and saw the smile on the other party's face, he suddenly understood something. Could it be that all of this was because of the other party? But how could it be? How could his blood dragons roar fear his opponent's power? At this moment, Fan Shuo's heart was filled with disbelief, but no one could give this Tianyang Valley disciple an explanation. Moreover, in the next moment, a powerful force directly shattered the power of his blood dragon's roar. The remaining power rolled back and directly sent him flying. He smashed into the edge of the platform, only a few millimeters away from falling. Fan Shuo immediately raised his head. However, his current appearance was much more miserable than his previous glorious appearance. At this moment, not only was his hair disheveled, his aura was extremely weak, and there was an extremely eye-catching palm print on his chest that had torn his clothes to shreds. Then, as if there was a backlash, Fan Shuo's face suddenly turned red. Then he spat out a mouthful of thick blood. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Fan Shuo's face became even paler. But even so, he raised his gaze with difficulty and looked at Yan Chutian, who was dozens of meters away. He found it hard to accept. How could this disciple of the firmament god palace suppress his blood dragon's roar? Looking at Fan Shuo, who had fallen miserably on the ground, Yan Chutian once again exhaled lightly. Although defeating Fan Shuo did not hurt his foundation, he had consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, Fan Shuo's final power was suppressed by the power of the real dragon. Otherwise, the situation would be even more miserable than now. Since it had come to this, Yan Chutian naturally could not sympathize with his opponent. Since Fan Shuo was the loser, he should accept the fate of the loser and leave the platform. Therefore, Yan Chutian immediately walked toward Fan Shuo, who had fallen to the ground, step by step. But Fan Shuo was clearly a sensible person. Not wanting to be humiliated, he directly pursed his lips and fell off the platform before Yan Chutian could speak. Fan Shuo fell off the platform voluntarily, which meant that he was the loser of this battle. As Fan Shuo fell off the platform, the surrounding crowd seemed to be able to accept the sudden reversal of the situation. They could not imagine that Fan Shuo, who clearly had the upper hand and was almost certain to win, would be defeated so miserably in the blink of an eye and had to take the initiative to fall off the platform. Behind Yan Chutian, Mu Yoshua's beautiful eyes flashed with sparkling light. She suddenly realized that the figure in front of her was so dazzling. But for Mu Yoshua that was the case. For Liao, his eyes were red and a thick jealousy almost burned in his chest. How could he accept that the result was the same? Yan Chutian had turned the situation around again. But how could this be? He had clearly been trampled under his feet not long ago. How could he have reached such a level in such a short time? But at this moment, Yan Chutian obviously did not know what Liao was thinking. Even if he knew, he would not care in the slightest. That was because Liao was nothing to him at the moment. Seeing Fan Shuo fall off the platform, Yan Chutian did not say a word. Instead, he turned around and looked at Mu Yoshua behind him. Then he respectfully invited her onto the platform. In an instant, Mu Yoshua, who had experienced many occasions and had never cared, suddenly felt her cheeks heat up at this moment. But after all, she was a woman who had experienced many occasions. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, she gradually recovered and quickly adjusted her state of mind. But only she knew that the emotions in her heart were beating like never before. After inviting Mu Yoshua onto the platform, Yan Chutian sat cross-legged beside her, quietly guarding her. And because of the scene of him defeating Fan Shuo, no one dared to challenge him now. Even if there were, they would have to consider whether they had the strength to defeat Fan Shuo. Yan Chutian did not pay attention to the surrounding crowd. He did not care if others stepped onto the platform, as long as they did not approach his area. But even so, it was obvious that no one would dare to step onto this platform rashly. When the winner of Yan Chutian's platform was decided, the final winners of the other platforms were decided one by one. It was worth mentioning that besides Yan Chutian's platform, there was another platform where two figures sat cross-legged. They were a disciple of the Firmament God Palace at the 4th level of the Yuanying realm, and a disciple of a small force of the same level. The relationship between the small force and the Firmament God Palace was like the relationship between the 9 Serenities sect and the Tianyang Valley. So, it was not good for the two of them to completely fall out with each other. That was why the result was like this. After all the results were decided, the 7 moon platforms seemed to have sensed something. The originally calm platforms slowly lit up again. As the light appeared again, a full moon slowly rose on each platform. The light of the full moon shone. It was not cold at all. Instead, it made people feel extremely warm. Yan Chutian could clearly feel that the light of the full moon was rapidly recovering his strength, as well as the various minor injuries in his body. Yan Chutian was immediately surprised. He did not expect the light of the full moon to have such an excellent recovery effect. It was so for Yan Chutian, but it was even more so for Mu Yoshua. Mu Yoshua was already injured, and her cultivation was only 1/3 of her peak. So, when the light of recovery shone on her, she could not help but slightly close her beautiful eyes and accept the power of recovery. Chapter 549. The radiance radiated in all directions. Everyone who felt the radiance felt extremely comfortable, and a surprised smile appeared on their faces. As expected, the 7 moon platform was a place of opportunity. Although the recovery ability didn't seem like much, it was extremely important in the Inyan land. This was because even recovery wasn't easy in this place, let alone injuries. But now, they could feel that the injuries and exhaustion in their bodies were rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. While receiving the radiance, Yan Chutian didn't forget to keep an eye out. This was because this was also the time when the people on the platform below were most likely to riot. As expected, after a few breaths, a figure suddenly shot out from behind and rushed onto the platform. However, Yan Chutian didn't have any reaction to these figures as long as they didn't enter the area he had designated. But in the end, there would always be people who were tempted and couldn't suppress the throbbing in their hearts. Yan Chutian wouldn't be polite to such people. He immediately displayed his skills and repelled them one by one. Because of this, several figures quickly gathered in front of Yan Chutian. The person leading them was also a disciple of the Tianyang Valley. He was at the 4th level of the Yuanying realm. Yan Chutian couldn't help but sigh at the lingering spirits of the Tianyang Valley. He had just repelled one, and now another one had appeared. At the same time, the eyes of the Tianyang Valley disciple of the Yuanying realm were filled with solemnity. This was because Fan Watareo's crushing defeat had already sounded the alarm bell for him. The firmament god palace disciple in front of him, who looked like he had just entered the Yuanying realm, was extremely powerful. However, it wasn't that he didn't have any confidence now. There were many cultivators at the third level of the Yuanying realm around him. This was the source of his confidence. He believed that if he led these people to besiege Fan Watareo, no matter how strange this firmament god palace disciple was, he would eventually be suppressed by him. In his eyes, Fan Watareo's defeat was more due to his underestimation of Fan Watareo. Everyone, the opportunity on the platform is right in front of us. I, Wang Hai, hereby swear that if I obtain the opportunity, I will definitely share it with everyone. The Tianyang Valley disciple from the fourth floor of the Yuanying sect, who was Wang Hai, suddenly shouted loudly. How could the people around him suppress the fire in their hearts when they heard his words? This was the first opportunity that appeared on the platform. One could imagine how important it would be in the future. Most importantly, it was very likely that only the person at the center of the platform would be able to enjoy the opportunity. All in all, under the instigation of Wang Hai, the surrounding people were already eyeing Yen Chutian covetously, and were about to pounce over at any moment. Seeing this scene, Yen Chutian couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't expect that Wang Hai was such a good instigator. But did he think that this would be enough to reverse the situation? Yen Chutian stared coldly at Wang Hai, and in the next moment his figure suddenly disappeared from his original spot. It was also at this moment that Wang Hai's sneer suddenly changed, because he had a feeling that the other party was coming straight for him. He had to admit that Wang Hai's perception was very sharp, but even if he sensed it, could he escape? Boom! Relying on the mysterious shadow movement technique, Yen Chutian had already struck out with his palm the moment Wang Hai turned around, accompanied by the roar of the storm. Yen Chutian's speed was obviously unexpected to Wang Hai, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. But after all, he was a disciple of the Tianyang Valley, and he was also at the fourth level of the Yuanying sect, so he made a decision in an instant. Boom! The same earth-shattering palm strike, almost without turning around. Wang Hai suddenly blasted towards Yen Chutian. But even if he was extremely decisive, it was obvious that this hasty palm strike was not a match for Yen Chutian. Therefore, even if the palm strike collided, he was directly sent flying. Not only was the qi and blood in his body surging, but it also gave birth to a strong sense of shame in his heart. Since the other party dared to make such a move, it meant that he did not take him seriously at all. And since when had he, Wang Hai, been ignored like this? However, Wang Hai did not expect that after he had been sent flying, Yen Chutian's figure immediately stuck to him like a maggot attached to a bone. This made him feel very uneasy, and he hurriedly fled again. At the same time, he shouted angrily, berating the people around him for not making a move. But he did not know that the people around him had been shocked by Yen Chutian's series of skills. At this time, they came back to their senses. It seemed that the disciple of the firmament god palace in front of them was more powerful than they had imagined. Just the ghostly movement that the other party had just displayed was enough to leave them in the dust. The time seemed short, but it was enough for Yen Chutian to do a lot of things. For example, still relying on the mysterious shadow movement technique, Yen Chutian forced Wang Hai into a difficult situation. Even if he was lucky enough to avoid a few attacks, he was still beaten until blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At this time, Wang Hai really understood that no wonder Fan Zhou was defeated by him. It was not because of his carelessness, but because the disciple of the firmament god palace was too powerful, forced into a difficult situation, and the people around him were useless. How could Wang Hai continue to persist? In the end, he took the initiative to fall off the platform to end the fight. Since the other party had taken the initiative to fall off the platform, Yan Chutian naturally did not continue to be aggressive. He coldly glanced at Wang Hai, who had fallen off the platform, and then turned to walk back to Mu Yoshua's side. At this moment, even Wang Hai was defeated in a difficult situation. The few Yuanying stage, 3 cultivators who had been instigated by him did not dare to have any intention to attack. Moreover, because of Yan Chutian's performance, once again, everyone's perception of him had changed. In the eyes of everyone, perhaps his true strength had not been completely displayed yet. Although Mu Yoshua had been sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed from the beginning to the end, it did not mean that she was unaware of what was happening around her. On the contrary, Mu Yoshua was very clear. After seeing Yan Chutian once again defeat the disciples of the Tianyang Valley, she gradually gathered her thoughts and once again immersed herself in recovering. Although she did not hate the feeling of being protected, she knew that in the land of Yinyang, she still needed to recover her strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, Yan Chutian might be able to block for a while, but it was impossible for him to block all of them. Under such circumstances, half a day quietly passed. After half a day, the light that was being emitted finally began to gradually weaken. With the disappearance of the light, everyone, including Mu Yoshua, slowly opened their eyes. At this time, Mu Yoshua's state was obviously much better than before. Although her strength had not completely recovered, it had recovered more than half. In other words, even a stage 4 Yuanying stage 3 cultivator would not be able to easily attack her. Congratulations, senior sister Yoshua. Your cultivation has recovered more than half. Yan Chutian whispered to Mu Yoshua with a faint smile. In response to his smile, Mu Yoshua seemed to be unable to contain the joy in her heart and finally smiled at the former. That smile caused Yan Chutian to be startled. He clearly remembered that this was the first time he had seen Mu Yoshua's smile. What's wrong? The sudden change in Yan Chutian's expression made Mu Yoshua's beautiful face change slightly as she asked in puzzlement. In the face of Mu Yoshua's puzzlement, Yan Chutian did not hide it and said in a relaxed tone, "Nothing. It's just that senior sister Yoshua's smile is very beautiful. You must smile more in the future." Mu Yoshua didn't realize it until it was mentioned. But now that it was mentioned, Mu Yoshua's face heated up and her heart began to pound. This was a feeling she had never felt before. She had never dared to imagine that she would one day be at a loss because of a man's teasing words. Fortunately, at this time, a dazzling light flickered in the sky above the platform again, attracting Yan Chutian's gaze and preventing him from noticing the strange expression on Mu Yoshua's beautiful face. That's the Scarlet Heaven Pill. Yan Chutian's gaze locked onto a sparkling jade bottle in the light because 3 extremely eye-catching words were engraved on the jade bottle. At the same time, Mu Yoshua's gaze also locked onto an item. It was a heavenly treasure that had been sealed. It looked like an ordinary magnolia, but only people like Mu Yoshua knew what it was. A 3-leaf green cloud orchid. Mu Yoshua's beautiful eyes lit up. She had never thought that she would be able to see a 3-leaf green cloud orchid. Chapter 550. The so-called 3-leaved green cloud orchid was an orchid with 3 leaves. On each leaf, there were 3 cloud patterns. The 3-leaf emerald cloud orchid's greatest effect was to help a Yuanying practitioner consolidate their cultivation. For Mu Yoshua, who had just stepped into the 4th level of the Yuanying realm, it was obviously the best treasure. Both of them had their eyes on something, so naturally they did not hesitate. They immediately shot out and went straight for the things they wanted. Many things appeared on the platform, and Yan Chutian and Mu Yoshua were at the front. Therefore, they were confident that they would get what they wanted. The result was indeed so. After a while, Yan Chutian and Mu Yoshua landed on the platform and obtained what they wanted. Mu Yoshua's 3-leaf emerald cloud orchid was needless to say, but Yan Chutian's scarlet cloud pill was already good enough. The scarlet cloud pill's effect was similar to the 3-leaf emerald cloud orchid, but it was more suitable for a low-level Yuan practitioner. Therefore, Yen Chutian had his eyes on the Scarlet Cloud pill. After putting away their things, the two of them did not look up again. Moreover, in such a short period of time, the surrounding people had already collected all the other things that had appeared. After obtaining one opportunity after another, the crowd was naturally not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they continued to wait on the platform or around it, eagerly looking at the sky without moving their gazes. Not letting the crowd down, in less than a quarter of an hour, another light appeared on the platform. However, this time, only a palm-sized jade box appeared. There was nothing else. Seeing that there was only one item, Yen Chutian naturally did not hold back. He immediately stood up and took the jade box. Looking at the ornately decorated jade box in his hand, Yen Chutian did not immediately open it. Instead, he put it away. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people could not help but be envious. However, Yen Chutian had already proven his strength, so naturally they could not object to him taking the only jade box. After that, the two of them still did not leave. Instead, they continued to wait on the platform. However, after the appearance of the jade box, nothing else appeared. It was calm from beginning to end. After waiting for half an hour and confirming that no more opportunities would appear, Yen Chutian whispered to Mu Yoshua beside him. Then, the two of them walked down the platform together. Following closely behind Yen Chutian, people began to walk down the platform one after another. Even if there were people who did not give up, they were in the minority. Since they had already walked down the platform, Yen Chutian and Mu Yoshua would naturally not hesitate in the slightest, and quickly left the place. Although they had come together, it did not mean that they would wait for them. Looking at the backs of the two as they left, Liao remained silent. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was still jealousy that had never dissipated. But even if he was jealous, he had to admit that the distance between them and him. After leaving the Seven Moons platform, Yen Chutian did not hide anything from Mu Yoshua. In front of her, he slowly opened the palm-sized jade box. Hidden in the exquisite jade box was a thumb-sized jade bead. However, what surprised Yen Chutian was that he was unable to identify the material of the jade bead. One must know that in his previous life, Yen Chutian was one of the 10 prides of the Heaven Realm. He was also the #1 disciple of the Firmament God Palace. It was not difficult to know that his knowledge was incomparably broad. However, even Yen Chutian was unable to identify the material of the jade bead. One could imagine that the jade bead was definitely extraordinary. If Yen Chutian was unable to identify the material of the jade bead, or rather, its identity, Mu Yoshua, who was beside him, was naturally unable to identify it. However, this did not hinder the uniqueness of the jade bead in her heart. Since the two of them could not find anything, they did not look at it anymore. Yen Chutian quickly kept the jade bead. After putting away the spirit fruits, the two of them turned their attention back to the Yinyang land. They were very clear that the end of the Yinyang land was not far away. Therefore, it seemed that it was time for them to head to the center of the gathering place. That was the final place of opportunity. At the same time, it was also the place to leave the Yinyang land. With this thought, the two of them did not hesitate and immediately rushed towards the center of the gathering place. However, at this time there were already many people gathered at the center of the gathering place. On the short mountain, looking at the rustling figures below, stepping into the valley, the young man sitting cross-legged on the blue stone was expressionless. However, the purple-robed young man standing beside him inadvertently revealed a cold smile. Senior brotherly that Ning Rulin is also heavily injured. It seems that this time those fellows are working hard and steadily pushing forward with the plan. Hearing this, the young man who was called Senior Brotherly faintly nodded. After a moment of silence, he slowly opened his mouth. Go and inform Zhou Yan that all the disciples of the Firmament God Palace have arrived. Don't be in a hurry to make a move. Wait until the end to make the final decision. As for the disciples of the other small forces, If any of them want to accompany the firmament god Pallas, then let them do so. Yes, the purple-robed man smiled coldly. When he retreated with slight respect, a crueler expression appeared on his face than before. This time the firmament god Pallas could no longer suppress the Tianyang Valley. There were only 3 people from the firmament god Pallas who had entered the valley. Ning Ruolin was not the strongest, let alone injured. Among the 3 people, the leader was an extremely strong man who was almost 2 meters tall. Just by looking at his body, one would feel that he was extremely strong. His name was Feng Rue. Not only had he stepped into level 4 of the Yuanying technique, but he also had profound attainments in body refining. As for the last person, his name was Guo Tuesday. Although his cultivation was only at level 3 of the Yuanying technique, he was not to be underestimated. After all, he was a disciple who ranked highly in the Outer Gate trial. As they slowly moved forward, Feng Rue's gaze also slowly swept around. His perception seemed to be pervasive as it poured into the valley in front of him. However, the valley was a little too big. Therefore, even if he spread out all of his perception, it could not cover it. This should be the Tianyang Valley. It is also the only place where we can leave the Yinyang land, where we can only enter but not retreat. Guotu's calm voice gradually sounded as he scanned the surrounding valley. Hearing this, Ning Ruolin and Feng Rue did not speak because they had already agreed with Guotu's words. However, during this process, the 3 of them were still very cautious. This was because they had already been crazily harassed by the Tianyang Valley. Ning Ruolin, in particular, had experienced it once when she was alone. Although she managed to escape in the end, she was seriously injured and only had half of her strength left. At the fork in the Yinyang land, the Tianyang Valley was already so crazy. It was not hard to imagine how crazy the Tianyang Valley would be when they arrived at the gathering place and the final exit point. However, even so, they still had their own pride. In their opinion, the previous loss was only because the Tianyang Valley caught them off guard. Now that they were prepared, they would not let the other side succeed so easily. Not to mention, if the disciples of both sides completely gathered together, they were even more confident that they could suppress the Tianyang Valley. The Tianyang Valley is easy to calculate. They scattered their forces to attack us, but what can they do in the end? In front of the firmament god Pallas, they will still be suppressed. Feng Rue disdainfully snorted. His temperament was not similar to his size. His thoughts were simple and tough. Hearing this, Ning Ruolin's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. Although Feng Rue's explanation was very reasonable, she always felt that the Tianyang Valley was so aggressive that it was impossible for them to only have this little preparation. However, if she really wanted to say something, how could she say it now? When the time came, she could only block soldiers with arms and water with an earthweir. Therefore, she reminded them, be careful. The Tianyang Valley may not be so simple. Ning Ruolin was not weak, and her face was extremely beautiful. For such a woman, whether it was Feng Rue or Guotu, they did not have any objection. The reason was very simple. After all, no man would not maintain his poise in front of a woman, especially a beautiful woman. At the same time, on the other side of the earth, Yan Chutian and Muyoshue were also slowly rushing toward the valley. The 2 of them were not slow. Therefore, in less than a day, they were close to the valley. Looking at the valley in front of them, Yan Chutian and Muyoshue were very clear that no matter what the Tianyang Valley had prepared, it would completely explode here. However, there was still the same saying, block soldiers with arms and water with an earthweir. No matter what the Tianyang Valley had prepared, they would definitely crack it. Chapter 551. They gradually approached the valley. Even though they had yet to step into it, they could already see a huge pavilion extending from the center of the valley. The pavilion exuded an ancient aura. Even though most of its volume was exposed, there were still many parts hidden in the space. Although the layers of space did not erupt with any fierce aura, as long as one carefully sensed it, they would be able to feel an extremely violent and distorted intent within the layers of space. Even Yen Chutian did not want to touch the terrifying tearing feeling, because he knew that even if he could barely guard against this terrifying power, the price he had to pay was too great. However, no matter how terrifying the surroundings of this huge pavilion were, it could not hide the attractive aura emitted by the pavilion itself. Even Yen Chutian knew that this Beyond the Heavens pavilion was the final opportunity in the Inyan land. After glancing at the Beyond the Heavens pavilion a few times, Yen Chutian did not delay and still followed Mu Yoshua into the valley. Although it was called a valley, it was not an exaggeration to say that the interior space was a plain. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate such a huge and mysterious pavilion like the Beyond the Heavens pavilion. When they really stepped into the valley, the huge Beyond the Heavens pavilion on the horizon was extremely eye-catching. At the same time, around the Beyond the Heavens pavilion, there were already many figures lingering around. "Let's go," Mu Yoshua whispered to Yen Chutian. Then, the two of them flew towards the crowd one after another. As they approached the Beyond the Heavens pavilion and the crowd, Yen Chutian could see that although there were many people in front of the Beyond the Heavens pavilion, they were faintly divided into two camps. Without a doubt, the two camps were the Firmament God Palace and the Tianyang Valley. There were also many powerful cultivators standing in the two groups of people. In fact, the people at the very front, who were also in the center, had all broken through the restrictions when they entered the Inyan land and stepped into the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. Needless to say, Yen Chutian had seen the people of the Firmament God Palace before. Therefore, his gaze immediately turned in the direction of the Tianyang Valley, for figures stood silently in front of the Tianyang Valley. There were 3 men and 1 woman, and all 4 of them were at the 5th level of the Yuanying realm. They were at the highest level of the Inyang realm. The one in the lead of the 4 was a young man in extremely white clothes with an extremely pale complexion. However, it was clear that his pale complexion was not because he was weak. Instead, it was because of his appearance. If he was only at the 5th level of Yuanying, Yen Chutian might not have paid much attention to him. However, this white-robed youth gave Yen Chutian a familiar aura. It seemed to be the aura of Tianyang. In an instant, his eyes lit up. The young man in white had the aura of the celestial ocean. There was only one possibility. He had entered the celestial waterfall to cultivate. Yen Chutian was given the opportunity to enter the heavenly waterfall to cultivate at his current realm. He would not underestimate him in the slightest. The 2 men in long robes standing behind the white-robed youth looked extremely similar. Furthermore, the aura they exuded was difficult to distinguish if one did not sense it carefully. This immediately made Yen Chutian become serious. If these 2 brothers worked together, the power they could unleash would be extremely powerful and could not be underestimated. In comparison, the young woman at the back seemed to be the most unremarkable. However, after seeing her face, Yen Chutian's eyes narrowed. He immediately thought of too many things. Although the woman was young, her appearance was too similar to that woman's. Therefore, the woman in front of him was probably that woman's younger sister. That woman was not only the number 1 disciple of the Tianyang Valley, but she was also the daughter of the Valley Master of the Inner Valley. She was fully deserving of being called the Pride of the Heavens. Yen Chutian could not underestimate the younger sister of such a woman. Just her identity alone was enough to make Yen Chutian not underestimate her. In the past, Yen Chutian would naturally not have been afraid. After all, even that woman had been suppressed by him to the point that she could not do anything to him, let alone a younger sister like her. However, Yen Chutian could not help but feel extremely pressured now. After all, his current cultivation level was only at the initial stage of the Yuanying realm. Back to the topic at hand. When Yen Chutian and Mu Yoshua looked at each other, the other party also looked back at them. However, they did not pay any attention to Yen Chutian at all. Instead, their gazes lingered on Mu Yoshua's body for a long time. However, This seemingly normal reaction made Yen Chutian keenly sense that something was wrong. After all, Muyoshiue was only at the 4th stage of the Yuanying realm. How could she attract the attention of the other party, especially the 4 Tianyang Valley disciples who were at the 5th stage of the Yuanying realm? Moreover, Yen Chutian could vaguely sense that many people in the Firmament God Palace camp were injured. However, the ones who were injured the most seemed to be the array masters. Ha ha ha. It seems that everyone is here. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the top of the valley. Following the laughter, a thin figure descended in front of the Tianyang Valley team. The sudden appearance of the thin figure caused the expressions of the Firmament God Palace disciples to change slightly. However, they quickly returned to normal. This was because even with the addition of the Tianyang Valley disciples, all the Yuanying Realm 5th stage disciples in the Tianyang Valley were only equal to the Firmament God Palace. So what if everyone is here? A figure stepped out from the Firmament God Palace team. He was Murong Ting, who had competed with Xianyu in front of the elders. Now, Murong Ting had also stepped into the 5th stage of the Yuanying realm. The powerful energy surging from his movements was enough to make many 4th stage Yuanying realm cultivators feel pressured. When Murong Ting stepped out and spoke, Xianyu's expression naturally changed. However, this was a direct confrontation with the Tianyang Valley, so he didn't say anything. Otherwise, he would be mocked by the other party. Mocked and panicked. Looking at Murong Ting, the descending Tianyang Valley disciple didn't say anything. He only smiled faintly and turned his gaze to the Beyond the Heavens sect behind him. Since everyone is on the same level, then we should decide who is better between your Firmament God Palace and my Sky-Ocean Valley. As the man's voice fell, the already tense atmosphere suddenly froze. Both sides were at daggers drawn. A fierce aura slowly circulated. It felt as if even space could be cut open. Murong Ting didn't decline, and immediately snorted. If you are willing, then the Firmament God Palace will definitely accompany you. In an instant, the aura of both sides had accumulated to the extreme. The disciples of the small forces behind each side were extremely nervous. This was because they were all on the same team. If the team they relied on fell, the outcome would be extremely tragic. This kind of tragedy would even be worse than the disciples of both camps. After all, both sides were from large forces. They wouldn't kill unless it was absolutely necessary. However, the same couldn't be said for these small forces. When the time came, it would be best if they could escape with serious injuries. However, in this solemn atmosphere, the Tianyang Valley disciple didn't immediately start the battle. Instead, he looked at the Beyond the Heavens sect behind him and smiled slowly. The Beyond the Heavens sect is the ultimate opportunity. Why don't we determine the winner in this ancient pavilion? What do the geniuses of the Firmament God Palace think? The words of the Tianyang Valley disciple immediately caused the beautiful eyes of all the disciples of the Firmament God Palace, including Yen Chutian, to move slightly. Obviously, they didn't believe that the other party would simply place this battle at the Beyond the Heavens sect. Especially Yen Chutian, who vaguely sensed something. This feeling was even more obvious. However, since the other party had spoken, the Firmament God Palace would definitely not back down from the battle. This point was also the same for Yen Chutian. Then let's decide on the Beyond the Heavens sect. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Murong Ting's fearless and arrogant voice rang out. However, the Tianyang Valley disciple seemed to have anticipated his reaction. Immediately, a faint smile appeared on his face. Well then, let's compete according to the number of Beyond the Heavens sect's disciples that have ascended to the top. With a few simple words, the rules were completely set. The Beyond the Heavens sect was filled with opportunities. Correspondingly, after entering the Beyond the Heavens sect, an ancient wooden tablet would appear in one's hand. Every time one ascended to a floor of the Beyond the Heavens sect, the corresponding number of floors would appear on the wooden tablet. As for them, they would determine the winner based on the number of floors ascended to the top of their respective forces. Although this was the case, almost every disciple of the Firmament God Palace didn't believe that the Tianyang Valley would determine the winner in this way. The reason why they agreed was to prove that the Firmament God Palace wasn't afraid of any tricks. Add a bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 552. Beyond the Heavens sect was divided into 4 gates, one each in the north, south, east, and west. Since it was a competition, it was impossible for both sides to enter together. Following the crowd, Yen Chutian followed Mu Yoshue and stepped into the east gate. The ancient gate of the pavilion slowly opened, but even so, the interior was still dusky. However, this insignificant darkness was naturally not enough to stop the group of geniuses from advancing. Spiritual flames appeared in the hands of many disciples. The dazzling light illuminated the surroundings. With the help of the flames, everyone could see that the first floor beyond the Heavens sect was extremely vast. However, no one was surprised by this, not to mention that beyond the Heavens sect was extremely large. There was also a hidden universe within beyond the Heavens sect. This was something that everyone knew. Beyond the Heavens sect is a hidden universe. It is said that as long as you enter from different directions, the space you enter will be different. Someone suddenly spoke. Looking over, the person who spoke was a genuine 4th-layer Yuanying cultivator. Thus, his words were clearly very persuasive. As the crowd continued to advance, they did not encounter any disciples of the Tianyang Valley or disciples of the factions following them. Thus, the words of the person who spoke were more and more convincing. However, because of this, everyone began to pay more attention to Beyond the Heavens sect. After entering Beyond the Heavens sect, a wooden tablet automatically appeared in their hands. As long as they channeled their spiritual energy, they would be transported out. However, no matter what, they were competing with the disciples of the Tianyang Valley to ascend the highest level of Beyond the Heavens sect. Thus, this extraordinary Beyond the Heavens sect naturally made them feel even more dignified. However, this was only the first floor of Beyond the Heavens sect. Even though Beyond the Heavens sect was extraordinary, it was not long before the crowd finally found the passage to the 2nd floor. Everyone successively used this passage to ascend to the 2nd floor. Ascending to the 2nd floor of Beyond the Heavens sect without any hindrance made many cultivators, especially the disciples of the small factions, reveal a relaxed expression. It seemed that Beyond the Heavens sect was not as dangerous as they had imagined. At this time, a sharp-eyed disciple of a small faction suddenly caught a glimpse of a heavenly treasure floating in the air at the corner of the floor. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a heavenly treasure right in front of him. Moreover, it was not a low grade. How could this disciple of a small force suppress the throbbing in his heart? He immediately flashed away. At the same time, a disciple of the Firmament God Palace saw the action of this small force's disciple and immediately whispered contemptuously, "You are courting death." As soon as the disciple of the Firmament God Palace finished speaking, the disciple of the small force had already touched the treasure of heaven and earth at the corner. However, at the moment of contact, the heavenly treasure that was originally quietly floating suddenly turned into a sharp sword shadow and directly slashed towards the former's body. He swung his sword down. Caught off guard, the disciple's chest was immediately torn open. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the sky red. But even so, the sword shadow showed no signs of dissipating. Instead, it trembled slightly again, and signs of strangulation gradually appeared. In such a situation, how could this disciple of a small faction, who was already heavily injured, resist? Thus, he hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy into the wooden tablet. The moment the spiritual energy was injected, he was directly sent away from this place. The sword shadow also gradually dissipated after this and returned to nothingness. When the sword shadow dissipated, the heavenly treasure at the corner had unknowingly floated quietly again. However, at this time, No one dared to covet the heavenly treasure of heaven and earth. This was because this was not an opportunity that could be easily obtained. It was clearly a trap. At this point, the disciple of the firmament god Pallas who had spoken earlier continued. Beyond the heaven sect is densely packed with opportunities. However, no matter how many opportunities there are, they cannot be compared to more dangers. Of course, his words were not directed at the other disciples of the firmament god Pallas, but at the disciples of the small forces. Hearing his words, the disciples of the small forces immediately gathered their originally relaxed minds. At this time, they finally understood that the dangers of the Beyond the Heavens sect were perhaps just the beginning. While the ascension of the Beyond the Heavens sect was in full swing, outside the Beyond the Heavens sect, in the valley, there were still disciples from all over gathering. Among them, there were still disciples of the firmament god Pallas. Although these disciples of the firmament god Pallas were not at the level of the fourth layer of the Yuanying sect, they were still a force to be reckoned with. However, when they approached the Beyond the Heavens sect, they did not expect a group of disciples of the Tianyang Valley to suddenly descend from the sky. In the crowd that appeared, not only were there many cultivators of the fourth layer of the Yuanying sect, but there were also cultivators of the fifth layer of the Yuanying sect. They were none other than the disciples of the Tianyang Valley who had fought against Xianyu and the other disciples of the firmament god Pallas in the battle of the Beyond the Heavens sect. However, now, all of them had actually appeared outside the Beyond the Heavens sect. Looking at the surrounding people who were so powerful that they could not compare to them, Chen Zhong and Liao, who were in the crowd, had extremely ugly expressions. At this time, there should be a group of prides of the firmament god Pallas. Why were there no traces of them now? However, even if they could not understand, these disciples of the Tianyang Valley could not possibly give them an answer. They could only hear the few cultivators of the fifth layer of the Yuanying sect giving orders. Take them down! As soon as the voice fell, the disciples of the Tianyang Valley, who were of the fourth layer of the Yuanying sect, took the lead and stepped out, constantly surrounding them. Looking at the scene around them, Liao still did not know what had happened, but he already felt that the firmament god Pallas was finished this time. It was obvious that the disciples of the Tianyang Valley were well prepared, and their preparations were very complete. While these disciples of the firmament god Pallas were being dealt with at the Beyond the Heavens sect, below, the top disciples of the Tianyang Valley were standing quietly. The leader of the disciples of the Tianyang Valley looked at the Beyond the Heavens sect in front of him, and a faint smile gradually appeared on his face. However, there was an extremely sharp edge hidden in this smile. This time, the firmament god Pallas would definitely fall at the hands of the Tianyang Valley. Even if they could not take their lives, they would let them and the outside world understand that the Tianyang Valley had never been weaker than the firmament god Pallas. Inside the Beyond the Heavens sect, the climbing of the tower was still proceeding in an orderly manner. As the tower got higher and higher, the difficulty of climbing also got higher and higher. However, in contrast, there were finally opportunities that appeared one after another. Some of these opportunities were even tempting to the current Yen Chutian. However, after all, there were more people, so the things that could be divided were naturally fewer. As they continued to move forward, Yen Chutian's brows became more and more tightly knitted. It was not because he did not get many opportunities, but because he had a premonition that there was something wrong with the actions of the Tianyang Valley this time. It was impossible that they would really decide the victory with the Beyond the Heavens sect. They definitely had a backup plan. But what exactly was this backup plan? What's wrong? When Yen Chutian's brows were tightly knitted, Mu Yoshua, who was keenly aware of his expression, could not help but take a step closer and ask softly. Yen Chutian did not choose to hide from Mu Yoshua, a woman who could be considered to have gone through life and death with him. Instead, he told her about his inner worries. However, in fact, it was not only Yen Chutian's worries. Almost every disciple of the firmament god Pallas felt that the Tianyang Valley must have a backup plan. Don't worry. No matter how much the Tianyang Valley has prepared, we still have the advantage in strength. Even if the top battle strength of the 5th layer of the Yuanying sect is equal, we will still be able to suppress the 4th layer of the Yuanying sect and below. Mu Yoshue spoke slowly. Of course, she was not making this up, but it was the truth. The truth was indeed so. Many disciples of the Firmament God Palace were not so confident that they could suppress the Tianyang Valley. Even so, Yan Chutian could not relax because he did not think that the disciples of the Tianyang Valley did not understand this point. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in front of them. This movement was so loud that it attracted the attention of Yan Chutian and Mu Yoshue. When the two of them approached, they were surprised to see an ancient mirror that was 10 feet tall. However, what was extremely strange was that the ancient mirror did not show the scene inside the building, but a towering tree. The towering tree was lush and verdant, and there were many fruits of various shapes and sizes hanging from it. When they saw this giant tree, Yan Chutian and Mu Yoshue could not help but think of a name: the Sacred Source Ancient Tree. Although they had not seen it with their own eyes, everyone present was almost certain of the ancient tree's identity. This was because the Sacred Source Ancient Tree described in the relevant ancient records looked exactly like this. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 553. Most of the people present were Firmament Palace disciples. Since they were Firmament Palace disciples, even if they were just outer sect disciples, they naturally had a certain level of insight. Thus, the crowd quickly recognized the Sacred Source Ancient Tree, just like Yan Chutian. Even the disciples of the smaller factions were not lacking in insight. When they vaguely realized the identity of the ancient tree in the mirror, all of them were overjoyed, and unconcealable looks of hope emerged on their faces. The Saint Source Ancient Tree was a mysterious spirit root that was only recorded in ancient records. Most of the people present, including Yan Chutian, had only heard of its name and had never seen it before. However, this did not stop them from knowing the value of the Sacred Source Ancient Tree. Legend had it that the Sacred Source Ancient Tree had different Tao fruits, and each Tao fruit had a unique, almost godlike effect. There were naturally not many such mystical spirit roots. In fact, the ancient records said that there was only one Sacred Source Ancient Tree, and it was extremely unique. The Sacred Source Ancient Tree. I never expected it to be the Sacred Source Ancient Tree. This is a spirit root that even Heaven Completion Stage experts want. I never expected it to appear in front of us like this. This is great. If we can obtain one of the Sacred Source Ancient Tree's Tao fruits, our opportunities will be boundless. How could the crowd not rush forward with such a great temptation in front of them? Even the Firmament Palace disciples could not help but approach the ancient mirror, let alone the disciples of the smaller factions. At the same time, even Xianyu and the others did not move, but this did not mean that they were not interested in the Sacred Source Ancient Tree. However, they were still observing, feeling that the sudden appearance of the legendary Sacred Source Ancient Tree was not as simple as it seemed. Sure enough, although the Sacred Source Ancient Tree appeared to be right in front of them, no one could touch it. There was no other reason. The image of the Sacred Source Ancient Tree was displayed in the ancient mirror, so the crowd could only touch the icy surface of the mirror. Even after repeated attempts, the result was the same. After repeated attempts, many people's originally fiery hearts immediately turned cold. In their view, the Sacred Source Ancient Tree was merely an image in the ancient mirror. It made sense. How could such a mysterious spirit root that only existed in legends appear here? Thinking of this, the dispirited crowd shifted their gazes away. It would be a waste of time to continue watching. It was better to continue climbing the stairs and obtain other real opportunities. Some gave up, while others refused to believe that the appearance of the Sacred Source Ancient Tree was just an illusion. Amongst them were Yan Chutian, Xianyu, and even Morong Ting. The higher one reached, the more one would realize the unimaginable value of these mysterious spirit roots. In this world, There were heavenly and earthly treasures and thousands of spirit herbs. They were all categorized into 4 grades: mortal spirit and demon saint. Then they were further categorized according to the number of spirit marks on them. However, above the saint grade 9 patterns, it was not the same. There were no more heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, heavenly materials and earthly treasures could no longer be described as ordinary spiritual medicines or heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Instead, they had to be described as spiritual roots. That was because even heavenly completion experts wouldn't be willing to let such a spiritual plant of heaven and earth wither away. Even if they obtained one and wanted to use it, they would definitely leave its roots behind. As such, he was unwilling to leave a sacred source ancient tree that had already reached the level of a spirit root before he could confirm its authenticity. However, after repeated confirmations, the results they obtained were the same as those of the disciples and cultivators who had left earlier. Even though the sacred source ancient tree was vivid and lifelike and existed in the ancient mirror, it was as if one could touch it by raising their hand. However, the only thing one could truly touch was the ice-cold surface of the mirror. After several fruitless attempts, Xianyu finally withdrew his gaze. His expression gradually turned indifferent as he turned and left without another glance at the ancient mirror or the sacred source ancient tree. Not long after Xianyu's departure, Murong Ting also left in a disappointed manner. More and more people left after these 2 important figures. In the end, only a few people remained. However, among these few people were Yan Chutian and Mu Yoshue. But speaking of which, it was because of Yan Chutian that Mu Yoshue had stayed behind. She had already confirmed that the sacred source ancient tree was fake and that it was merely an image. However, she now seemed to regard Yan Chutian as her leader. Therefore, as long as Yan Chutian did not leave, neither did she. If the other Firmament God Palace disciples knew that the usually cold and arrogant Mu Yoshue was silently following a disciple who had just entered the Yuanian realm, their jaws would have dropped in shock and they would have been extremely jealous. However, they would not know. Moreover, in the eyes of the crowd, Yan Chutian had been following Mu Yoshue the entire time. He gently touched the ancient mirror and felt that it was icy cold. Even when he spread out his perception, he could not sense anything. Even after repeated attempts, the results were the same. Yan Chutian could not help but sigh inwardly at such a result. He naturally sighed because of the illusory, sacred source ancient tree. However, even if it was not fated, Yan Chutian would not be depressed. After all, a mysterious spirit root like the sacred source ancient tree could not be described as something that could only be found by chance. It could only be described as luck. Take the mysterious Yang scripture, for example. How could one obtain it without great luck? Yan Chutian was already extremely satisfied with obtaining the mysterious Yang scripture. As for the sacred source ancient tree, he did not dare to hope for it. Let's go. The ancient mirror only contains an image and not the real sacred source ancient tree. Mu Yoshue said softly when she saw Yan Chutian's hesitation. Hearing his soft words, Yan Chutian lightly nodded. Then, she followed the ladder and walked towards the next floor. However, after taking a few steps, Yan Chutian seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed. His expression did not change, but he secretly turned around. At the same time, a low voice that only Mu Yoshue could hear slowly rang out. Wait. Mu Yoshue's expression changed slightly, but she was someone who understood the importance of the saint source ancient tree. Hence, she immediately withdrew her expression and slowly turned around. There were only a few people left, and these people were still paying close attention to the ancient mirror. Hence, they did not notice Yan Chutian's movements at all. Yan Chutian slowly stepped forward, but the direction he was walking towards wasn't the ancient mirror, but the corresponding direction of the ancient mirror. This was because he suddenly realized that the ancient mirror might not be showing an image, but reflecting something. Even if there was no sacred source ancient tree. There might very well be something hidden in the area it was reflecting. However, what gave Yen Chutian hope was that he could not find anything even when he walked to the area reflected by the ancient mirror and carefully scanned it. Yen Chutian could not help but feel helpless. It seemed that the situation was not as good as he had imagined. However, just as Yen Chutian was about to leave in disappointment, an unexpected step caused his body to abruptly freeze. Although there was clearly nothing strange about this step, and it was clearly the same as before, there was a mysterious feeling that rapidly grew in Yen Chutian's heart. This feeling could not be described with words, but Yen Chutian had a feeling that if there really was a secret in the area reflected by the ancient mirror, it must be under his feet. Others might find this extremely absurd, but Yen Chutian was already certain of this. Hence, the soft voice that only he and Mu Yoshua could hear slowly rang out once more. "Senior Sister Yoshua, perhaps the thing is here." Yen Chutian's words were completely illogical. Perhaps if others heard it, they would disdain him and feel that he was simply spouting nonsense. But Mu Yoshua, this woman, did not object at all. She only casually nodded her head. Then, like Yen Chutian, she quietly waited on this floor. Time continued to pass. Under such circumstances, the few people who had not found anything left one after another, heading to the higher levels. When the last Firmament God Palace disciple also left, Yen Chutian finally squatted down and stared at the area under his feet. However, no matter how carefully he looked and how wide his spiritual eye was, he could not find anything strange. Even so, he did not hesitate. His foot, which was full of power, immediately stomped down fiercely. Bang! A soft, muffled sound rang out. When he raised his foot again, he stared at Yen Chutian and Mu Yoshua. A look of shock finally appeared on his face. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 554. As Yen Chutian lifted his foot, the originally ordinary ground began to show traces of cracks before his and Mu Yoshua's eyes. Both of them were at least great array masters, so they were very familiar with these traces. Wasn't this a concealment array? However, the concealment array had already been revealed from its perfect state by Yen Chutian's stomp. One must know that Yen Chutian's previous stomp had contained his full strength. Such a stomp would most likely shatter an ordinary concealment array, but only a few cracks had appeared on this one. It wasn't difficult to tell that this concealment array was truly extraordinary. However, Yen Chutian's attention was no longer on the concealment array. His mind was filled with questions. What exactly was this concealment array hiding? Could it be related to the sacred source ancient tree? Therefore, Yen Chutian didn't hesitate at all. He immediately lifted his foot and stomped on the concealment array again and again. Under Yen Chutian's repeated stomps, no matter how extraordinary and stable the concealment array was, it still began to shatter. When the concealment formation completely shattered, he saw the wooden box hidden by the concealment formation. "This is," Mu Yoshua curiously looked at the wooden box in Yen Chutian's hand, but she couldn't see what was inside. However, Yen Chutian didn't let Mu Yoshua's curiosity linger for too long. He immediately opened the wooden box and revealed the item inside. Inside the wooden box was a light green fruit. It was unknown how long the fruit had been in the wooden box, but it didn't show any signs of decay. In fact, it felt as if it had just been plucked from a tree. However, neither Yen Chutian nor Mu Yoshua could care less. The two of them stared at the fruit the moment they saw it. The two of them couldn't help but associate the fruit with the sacred source ancient tree. In other words, could the fruit have originated from the sacred source ancient tree? However, this possibility was too shocking, so the two of them didn't dare to think too much about it. If the fruit really came from the sacred source ancient tree, its value would be immeasurable. One had to know that the Saint Source ancient tree's fruit was something that even Heaven Ascension realm experts desired. While they were shocked, the two of them looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. However, the two of them did not say anything. In the face of a spirit root fruit that might have originated from the Saint Source ancient tree, Yan Chutian had to admit that it was extremely tempting. But with Mu Yoshua present, there was no way he could take it all for himself. Therefore, Yan Chutian decisively decided to split the fruit into two. At the same time, seeing Yan Chutian's actions, Mu Yoshua's beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash with shock, because she did not expect that Yan Chutian's first thought upon seeing a fruit that might have originated from the Saint Source ancient tree would not be to take it for herself, but to share it with her. Then, as she thought of a certain possibility, Mu Yoshua's fair face involuntarily flushed red. Mu Yoshua wondered if Yan Chutian had done this because he thought of her as someone close to him. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine that he would share the fruit without hesitation. Mu Yoshua's thoughts surged so rapidly that she didn't have time to respond. It was only when Yan Chutian moved that she was startled back to her senses. Yan Chutian turned his palm into a blade, a sharp aura faintly discernible around him as he chopped at the light green fruit. However, the fruit remained unscathed after this palm strike. On the contrary, Yan Chutian's complexion slightly changed. Even a giant rock could be easily cut open like tofu with his palm blade. However, it actually did not cause any damage to this soft-looking fruit. Unconvinced, Yan Chutian chopped at the fruit several more times, but the results were the same each time. This made Yan Chutian more and more amazed, and also made Mu Yoshua, who had returned to her senses, feel that this fruit was extraordinary. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't interested in a fruit that might have originated from the sacred source ancient tree. However, she wasn't a forceful person. Seeing that she couldn't split the fruit, she said, "There's no need to force it. Besides, this is an opportunity that you found." Hearing that, Yan Chutian didn't stop. Instead, he tried several more times and even used the refinement technique. However, the results were still failures. After some thought, he finally said solemnly, "Senior Sister Yoshua, no matter what, Senior Sister has a share of this fruit. Although we can't split it now, it's not impossible in the future." Okay. Mu Yoshua didn't say anything more. She looked behind her, where the passageway leading to the higher levels was. Although we still don't know about the Tianyang Valley's conspiracy, we should meet up with the team as soon as possible. Only by advancing and retreating together can we better resist the Tianyang Valley's conspiracy. Hearing those words, Yan Chutian nodded inwardly. No matter how strong one was, it would be useless in front of so many disciples of different factions. Only by uniting all the disciples could they resist. In addition, he was also thinking about what the Tianyang Valley's real preparations were this time. While Yan Chutian was deep in thought, he did not notice that the originally tranquil light green fruit in his hand was actually emitting specks of light. Along with the constantly surging warmth, it was gradually emerging. Yan Chutian only felt that in his originally tranquil heart, there seemed to be blurry scenes constantly emerging. Gradually, the scene became clearer and more coherent. However, the contents of these images shocked Yan Chutian. This was because in the images, all the disciples of the Tianyang Valley, including himself, appeared at the bottom of the heavens beyond tower. On the other side, there was still a group of Tianyang Valley disciples. However, in the images, there was a huge formation that covered the sky and the sun, which contained all of them. Under the suppression of this formation, their aura was defeated layer by layer. Before they even made a move, it seemed that they were no match for the Tianyang Valley disciples on the other side. The images appeared extremely quickly and disappeared just as quickly. However, when the images disappeared, the impression that they left on Yan Chutian would definitely not disappear. This was because these images were too real. It felt like what was going to happen next. But what was going on? How could he see these images? At this moment, Yan Chutian suddenly felt the warm fruit in his hand. This made him quickly look up and stare at the fruit in his hand. Could it be that this fruit allowed him to see those images? But what was going on? Could it be that this fruit really came from the sacred source, ancient tree? What's wrong? In front of her, Yan Chutian's expression suddenly changed. The sensitive Mu Yoshua naturally saw all of these changes. Yan Chutian did not hide anything from Mu Yoshua. Moreover, he felt that he could not hide anything from her due to the current situation. Hence, he explained the images that appeared in his mind to Mu Yoshua one by one. Upon hearing Yan Chutian's words, Mu Yoshua was also stunned. Although it sounded ridiculous, she did not feel that the other party was spouting nonsense. Firstly, there was no reason to make up such a story. Secondly, she already had trust in Yan Chutian. After Yan Chutian finished speaking, Mu Yoshua's solemn voice slowly sounded after a few breaths of silence. Perhaps these images are not fake. After all, this fruit may very well come from the sacred source ancient tree. The spirit root was just too mysterious. It was enough to tempt even heavenly completion stage experts. As for heavenly completion stage experts, they were legendary peak experts who could see through the secrets of time. Hence, Mu Yoshua naturally thought that the fruit from the sacred source ancient tree might also contain some power. It was like an incomplete fragment of the future. In truth, how could Yan Chutian not know what Mu Yoshua was thinking? When his voice sounded, a solemn look flashed across his eyes. After listening to Mu Yoshua's explanation, he pondered for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. Although we do not know the name of the enormous formation in the images, it seems to be able to suppress the cultivation of the cultivators within the formation. Yan Chutian's seemingly unimportant words immediately hit the nail on the head. It was easy for the two to connect the dots. Such a formation was extremely likely to be a backup plan prepared by the Tianyang Valley. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Sogu mobile version website. Chapter 555. With this thought in mind, the two of them looked at each other again and read each other's thoughts from their eyes. It was better to believe it than to not believe it. Even though they felt that it was absurd, the two of them had already accepted this possibility. Since they had accepted it, how could the two of them remain calm? If the Tianyang Valley disciples had really set up a huge formation outside the Beyond the Heavens sect, how could they resist when they left? At that time, all the Firmament God Palace disciples who had entered the Inyang land would probably fall at the hands of the Tianyang Valley. What should we do? Such a situation made Mu Yoshua somewhat at a loss. She could only ask Yan Chutian. Hearing this, Yan Chutian's face turned serious. He did not immediately answer Mu Yoshua. Instead, he pondered for a long time before he finally responded slowly. No matter what, we have to tell everyone about this possibility. When we leave the Beyond the Heavens sect, we have to be even more vigilant against this possibility. Yes. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them rushed towards the higher floors of Beyond the Heavens sect. However, they seemed to have delayed for too long. By the time they saw the crowd again, there were already a lot less people in the crowd. Seeing this scene, the two of them did not hesitate at all. They immediately rushed to the front of the crowd and immediately told them about the possibility from before. Hearing this, the crowd suddenly went into an uproar. However, soon after, there were voices of doubt that came from somewhere. You're saying that the Tianyang Valley will set up a trap at the bottom of the Beyond the Heavens sect, and that the so-called ascension is just a pretense? Where did you get this information from? This question immediately hit the key point. The surrounding people's gazes quickly converged on Mu Yoshua. In fact, Yan Chutian had also thought of this response. However, he was also worried about this situation because he found that he could not answer at all. He could not say that he had received this information long ago and only suddenly remembered it when he was ascending the stairs. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Mu Yoshua walked lightly in front of Yan Chutian and slowly spoke to the crowd. This information was obtained from the hands of the 3 Tianyang Valley disciples when I was besieged by them. It's just that this news has been sealed for a long time, and it was only just now that it was finally broken. Mu Yoshua's words gave others a much more convincing feeling than Yen Chutian's. After all, everyone knew that Mu Yoshua was a top disciple. No one thought that he would spout nonsense. At the same time, looking at the beautiful figure in front of him, Yen Chutian's heart was moved. But that was impossible. Because, to be honest, all of this was only his side of the story. If an ordinary person heard it, they would probably feel it was extremely absurd and wouldn't believe it at all. But Mu Yoshua, in this kind of situation, was using her own words to bear the risk of losing her reputation. Returning to the main topic, the person who spoke was Mu. Because of this, no one questioned Yeshua anymore. Even the disciples of the fifth layer of the Yuanying sect fell into deep thought. Not long after, Xianyu raised his eyes, looked deeply at Mu Yoshua, and finally said slowly, "I believe in you, and I also believe that the Tianyang Valley has the possibility of doing so. So I choose to leave the Beyond the Heavens sect together and catch them off guard before they are fully prepared." Immediately after, Xianyu and Ningrulin also raised their beautiful eyes, their pretty faces revealing a dignified expression. Perhaps the Tianyang Valley is indeed preparing such a conspiracy, because almost all of the great array masters of our firmament God Palace have been injured. So if a great array really appears, it will be extremely difficult for us to raise our strength and break it. Even Ning Rulin said so. Following that, more and more voices of agreement rang out from the crowd. Looking at this scene, Yen Chutian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the situation that he was most worried about did not occur. Outside, above the vast area, looking at the collapsed valley on the horizon, the rich Yinyang aura continued to spread. On the face of the elder of the Tianyang Valley, a cold smile gradually emerged. This was because he knew that it was almost time to leave the Yinyang land. Then, in the Yinyang land, the means that the Tianyang Valley had prepared should have already been launched. But he did not know if the disciples of the Firmament God Palace had the strength to withstand it. Thinking of this, the Tianyang Valley elder could not help but look at the two elders of the Firmament God Palace with a faint smile. Feeling the gaze, the two elders of the Firmament God Palace also looked back, but there was still a touch of arrogance in their eyes. This naturally made the two elders of the Tianyang Valley very unhappy, and their faces gradually turned cold. However, they did not say anything because they knew that it was meaningless to argue now. When the time came, the group of disciples of the Firmament God Palace would roll out of the Yinyang land in a sorry state. They would naturally see the extremely interesting expressions of the other party. Under the Beyond the Heavens sect, the ground that was originally calm, with space ripples rolling over from time to time, was constantly rippling like the waves of a river. Such a scene made the expressions of the few disciples of the Tianyang Valley who were guarding here change dramatically, because they knew very well that such a movement was not caused by one or two disciples of the Firmament God Palace being transported out, but by countless. But how was this possible? Why did it suddenly become like this? But no matter how shocked they were, they would not forget and quickly called out to the people around them. However, just as one of them called out, a hand suddenly reached out and directly grabbed his throat, lifting him up like a chicken. What bullsh** T is the Tianyang Valley? How is it worthy to be on the same level as the Firmament God Palace? How dare you do such a disdainful thing? Feng Rue casually threw the Tianyang Valley disciple in his hand to the ground, his tone full of anger, because he saw the Tianyang Valley here. The situation of the disciples, specially waiting, made him understand that Yen Chutian's words were not false, but true. However, at the same time, under the shouts of the few disciples of the Tianyang Valley, the surrounding disciples of the Tianyang Valley also quickly gathered around like a tide. Looking at the large group of disciples of the Firmament God Palace who suddenly appeared under the Beyond the Heavens sect, it was impossible for them not to be shocked. After all, at this time, they had not even finished setting up the Great Formation. In their expectations, The disciples of the Firmament God Palace should have at least realized that something was wrong after they had finished setting up the Great Formation. But even so, the disciples of the Tianyang Valley could not be flustered. The disciple of the Tianyang Valley who had proposed to fight on the Beyond the Heavens sect stepped out and faced the disciples of the Firmament God Palace with a faint smile, as well as all the disciples of the small forces who followed the Firmament God Palace. I really did not expect you to realize that something is wrong so quickly. Seeing that the other party did not hide anything, the disciples of the Firmament God Palace felt even more ashamed. Murong Ting immediately sneered, his eyes full of disdain. I really did not expect the so-called Tianyang Valley to be so despicable. Li Kongsung, I am ashamed to have an opponent like you. However, in response to Murong Ting's mockery, Li Kongsung did not show any anger at all. He still maintained the faint smile from before. No matter what you say, the winner takes all. In the end, you have lost, so you have lost. This time, the Firmament God Palace will be trampled under the feet of the Tianyang Valley. Humph, don't even think about it. Dream on. As soon as Li Kongsung finished speaking, there were already too many disdainful snorts from the disciples of the Firmament God Palace. However, in response to this, Li Kongsung only smiled coldly. Then he actually said, sarcastically, take a good look around. This place has already been set up with the Starry Sky Spirit Lock. It can seal all of your cultivation, so the cultivation you can use will be reduced by at least 1 level. And if your cultivation is reduced by 1 level, what can you use to compare with the Tianyang Valley? Starry Sky Spirit Lock? Yan Chutian's eyes flashed. Although he had never heard of this great array, he did not think that the other party was spouting nonsense, because at this time there was no point in talking nonsense. Moreover, at this time he also remembered the image that had appeared in his mind earlier. In those images, all of them were trapped in a great array. Shackles appeared on all of their bodies, and their spiritual energy was suppressed. Now that he thought about it, it should be this Starry Sky Spirit Lock that forcibly sealed their cultivation. However, now that he knew everything, Yan Chutian's expression could not help but become ugly, because in the face of this situation, even he felt that it was extremely troublesome. If all the disciples of the Firmament God Palace had their cultivation suppressed by 1 level, as Li Kongsung said, what could they use to compare with the disciples of the Tianyang Valley? Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 556. Below the heavens beyond Heaven Tower, the faces of many disciples of the Firmament God Palace turned unsightly as they looked at the great array. The reason for that was because they also knew very well that if the Grand Formation truly possessed the might that Li Kongxing had described, their fates would become extremely difficult. At the sight of this, Li Kongsung's cold smile became even wider. Now that victory was in his hands, how could he not be happy? In the next moment, to prevent any unexpected events from happening, he directly ordered the surrounding great array to be slowly activated. Wang! A heavy buzzing sound suddenly spread out. Along with the buzzing sound, an indescribable pressure also spread out. Under the influence of this pressure, all the disciples of the Firmament God Palace clearly felt that their bodies were shackled. Under this shackle, not only was the speed of spiritual energy circulation, the power of spiritual energy, the speed of their bodies, and even their breathing felt heavier. This so-called Starry Sky Spirit Lock was so strange. Feeling that the great array's power was as what Li Kongsung had said, the faces of the disciples of the Firmament God Palace couldn't help but become even more unsightly. Could it be that they were really going to lose miserably at the hands of the Tianyang Valley today? However, just as everyone's hearts were in chaos, a firm voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. This Starry Sky Spirit Lock has not been completed. Not only has the cultivation suppressed not reached a certain level, even the 7 core hubs of the Great Array must be maintained and guarded. Everyone looked over when they heard the voice. If the person who spoke wasn't Yan Chutian, who else could it be? But this time, after hearing Yan Chutian's voice, no one doubted him. Instead, they immediately felt the surrounding pressure binding them. Under their perception, their faces couldn't help but reveal a hint of hope. This was because the situation was, as Yan Chutian had said, it wasn't the same level of cultivation that was being suppressed, but only half of it. Although this would still make the situation critical, everyone couldn't help but think that if it was really as Yan Chutian had said, would the Great Array be completely broken by destroying the 7 hubs of the Great Array? If the Great Array was broken, then what would the ambush in the Tianyang Valley amount to? Is it really as you said, that the 7 hubs of the Starry Sky Spirit Lock have not been completed? At this moment, not only Xian Yu, but even Morong Ting also hurriedly asked Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian looked at the two, and the countless people around him were also anxious. He knew that he couldn't hide it any longer, so he hurriedly said, I have a spiritual eye, so no matter how they try to hide, they can't hide from my eye. As he spoke, Yan Chutian's eye had already opened eye. Opened eyes, 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 eye. And what do you think we do? Break the Great Array's array? Xian Yu and Murong Ting no longer cared about Yan Chutian's cultivation and identity, and hurriedly continued to ask him questions. Yan Chutian also didn't hide anything. After pondering for a while, he immediately said, Only a Great Array Master can break these hubs of the Great Array, so they must be destroyed by a Great Array Master. Before Yan Chutian's voice faded, Xian Yu and Murong Ting both looked at the Great Array Masters in the group. But looking at these Great Array Masters, their faces couldn't help but change again. These Great Array Masters were all injured, and some of them were even seriously injured. They didn't even have 20 to 30% of their cultivation left. At this moment, they finally understood why the Tianyang Valley attacked the Great Array Masters of the Firmament God Palace. It was premeditated, and they wanted to cut off any hope of breaking the array at this moment. But it was obviously too late to know now. Can the Great Array Masters instruct the cultivators to destroy the hubs? Xian Yu hurriedly asked, but the answer he received was destined to be Yan Chutian shaking his head. Indeed, it can be done, but they definitely won't let us do it. Needless to say, Yan Chutian was referring to the Tianyang Valley disciples. Hearing Yan Chutian's words, Xian Yu's face couldn't help but change slightly because he could also think of this point, and it was impossible to avoid this point. What you need to do is to delay these Tianyang Valley disciples as much as possible. As for destroying the hubs of the Great Array, you can only send 7 Great Array Masters. This time, before Yan Chutian's voice faded, 7 people stepped out from the group. At this time, they naturally wouldn't hesitate. Otherwise, the slightest hesitation could lead to the crushing defeat of the Firmament God Palace. Looking at the 7 people who stepped out, including Mu Yoshue and Ning Ruolin, Yan Chutian couldn't help but secretly nod. But when he looked at the last person, he finally opened his mouth and said, Your injuries are too serious. Let me take this last position. After all, there will definitely be Tianyang Valley disciples guarding the hubs of the Great Array. Hearing this, the Great Array Master was a little unconvinced because, in his opinion, even if he was injured, he was much stronger than Yan Chutian, who had just entered Yuanying. Yan Chutian could see the Great Array Master's thoughts, and at this time it was impossible for him to say too much, so he directly displayed his strength and completely suppressed the Great Array Master's aura. Feeling this strength, which could only be mastered by a 4th stage Yuanying cultivator, the Great Array Master was suddenly speechless and silently retreated into the crowd. While the Firmament God Palace was mobilizing their troops, Li Kongsung obviously felt that something was wrong, so he directly ordered the disciples behind him. In the next moment, countless disciples rushed toward the disciples of the Tsongshan Palace. Even though the Firmament God Palace disciples knew that the situation was difficult. They didn't retreat a single step. This was because they knew that they had to delay their opponents and by time to break the hubs of the great array. Morong Ting, you're still stubbornly resisting. Do you think that the Firmament God Palace still has a chance to turn things around today? Li Kong-sung smirked coldly as he slapped at Morong Ting. Although he had just entered the 5th stage of yuanying not long ago, his strength was not weak. Although Morong Ting had also entered the 5th stage of yuanying, under the suppression of the Starry Sky Spirit Lock, he could only be considered a quasi-5th stage yuanying cultivator at most. Therefore, he was directly suppressed by his opponent from the beginning. However, Morong Ting knew very well that his goal was only to delay. Therefore, it didn't matter if he was suppressed or not. Seeing that his opponent didn't say anything, Morong Ting didn't say anything else. In his opinion, this was only because his opponent refused to admit defeat and fought to the death in order to save face. Even so, it was impossible to change the final outcome. However, just as he was about to casually toy with Morong Ting, 7 figures flashed out from behind the Firmament God Palace and rushed to the outside world. Seeing this scene, many Tianyang Valley disciples couldn't help but laugh. They didn't expect that there would be traitors in the Firmament God Palace at the beginning of the battle. However, Li Kong-sung's eyes narrowed when he saw this scene. He suddenly realized something. However, he didn't say anything. He only turned around and looked at Morong Ting coldly. I didn't expect you to be able to see through the hubs of the great array and want to destroy it. However, did you think that there would be no one guarding the hubs of the great array? Just wait and see. The 7 people you sent are destined to suffer a crushing defeat. Hearing Li Kong-sung's solemn words, Morong Ting suddenly felt uncertain. However, he didn't show any signs of backing down and also spoke coldly. The outcome is still unknown. Stubborn. Li Kong-sung snorted coldly. However, as he moved, the power he displayed became more and more ferocious, because even if he didn't admit it, he became somewhat anxious in his heart. 7 figures shot out and rapidly separated, heading towards the 7 directions that Yan Chutian had pointed out earlier. One by one, they rushed towards the 7 directions. Yan Chutian himself took the lead. He broke through the layers of fog and finally landed on the ground. This was because he had already seen a white-robed figure standing with his hands behind his back a few dozen feet away. The white-robed figure's cultivation was not weak. He had already reached the 4th level of yuanying. In fact, if it was only a 4th level yuanying cultivator, Yan Chutian wouldn't be afraid. However, he knew that although the hubs of the Great Array were the weak points of the Great Array, they could also provide him with an endless supply of power. As long as this Tianyang Valley disciple used this power to defend, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to break through in a short time. Moreover, if Morong Ting, Xianyu, and the others were all defeated, then even if he broke through the hubs of the Starry Sky Spirit Lock Great Array, what use would it be? Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 557. I didn't expect a disciple of the Firmament God Palace to be able to find this place. Under the hub of the great formation that was like a star, the white-robed figure slowly turned around, revealing a delicate and handsome face with a thick sneer. At the same time, he stood with his hands behind his back. His arrogant posture did not change at all because of Yan Chutian's appearance. This was his arrogance, the arrogance that belonged to the disciples of the Tianyang Valley. Not to mention, when he sensed that the disciple of the Firmament God Palace in front of him had just entered the yuanying realm, it was even harder for him to restrain his arrogance and disdain. Could it be that the great Firmament God Palace is only worthy of its reputation and can only send out trash like you? Yan Chutian had yet to make a move, but the other party was already so arrogant. This caused a glint to appear in the depths of his eyes, because this might be an opportunity. If he grasped it well, he might be able to lure the other party out of the formation center. As long as he could lure the other party out, It would not be a problem whether he could suppress the other party or directly destroy the center. With this thought in mind, Yan Chutian no longer hesitated. He immediately revealed an arrogant expression and sneered at the other party with disdain. Haha, then I'm afraid I'll have to apologize. It's just that my strength is enough to deal with trash like you. If such blatant ridicule came from a disciple of the firmament god palace of the same cultivation, the white-robed figure would not have done anything. However, it came from a disciple of the firmament god palace who had just entered the Yuanying realm. This made him feel even more humiliated. He completely did not expect that such a weak ant would dare to speak such arrogant words to him. You're courting death. With a furious roar, the white-robed figure raised his hand and a huge force of qi turned into a light pillar. It tore through space and headed straight for Yan Chutian. Although the other party had launched an attack, he did not move at all. Yan Chutian knew that Li Kongsung had already warned the other party to guard the center no matter what. It seemed that he had to act more realistically in order to lure the disciples of the Tianyang Valley out. As a result, the swift and fierce beam of light blasted over. Yan Chutian pretended to face it head-on, but in the end he was easily defeated and retreated in a sorry state. Following that, Yan Chutian seemed to have learned his lesson. He became more and more cunning in his attacks, to the extent that he didn't even face his opponent's attacks head-on. After dodging the powerful attacks of the white-robed figure one after another, Yan Chutian was already full of joy like a villain who had achieved his goal. He proudly sneered at the other party. What can you do to me? The so-called fourth-grade Yuanying disciples of the Tianyang Valley are really not worth mentioning. Such a simple taunt caused the white-robed figure's face to turn ashen. He would never have thought that the firmament god palace disciple in front of him was actually so shameless. He was obviously in a sorry state and didn't dare to face him head-on, but he still dared to show off like a petty person. In his heart, the flames of anger were already burning fiercely. He had to vent it out. Under the heavens beyond Tower, the battle between the Tianyang Valley and the firmament god palace was still ongoing. However, as the battle continued, the power of the formation became more and more obvious. Not to mention that some of the firmament god palace disciples were already beginning to lose. Even those who were still holding on were already suffering unspeakably and in imminent danger. Such a situation made the arrogance on Li Kongsung's face thicken. His attacks became more and more overbearing. While suppressing Morongting, he didn't forget to ridicule him. Morongting, do you see? Today, your firmament god palace's defeat is certain. As for the few people you sent, I think they should have been dealt with by the disciples of the Tianyang Valley by now. Although the core of the formation is a loophole, it is also the source of power for the formation. As long as you occupy it, you will be in an invincible position. Listening to Li Kongsung's ridicule without any intention of coaxing, Morongting's heart wasn't shaken. It was impossible. However, he still gritted his teeth and refused to admit defeat. This was because they couldn't lose. If they lost, not only would they lose face, but they would also lose face for the firmament god palace. Taking in Morongting's reaction, Li Kongsung didn't say anything more. He just smiled coldly again. At the same time, in every exchange of blows in the chaotic battle, there was no lack of ridicule from the disciples of the Tianyang Valley. Listening to these ridicule, the disciples of the firmament god palace couldn't help but lose confidence. This was because they really couldn't see any possibility of breaking out of this situation. At the core of the formation, looking at the helpless, beautiful figure in front of him, the disciple of the Tianyang Valley under the core smiled faintly. Haha, give up. Even if I may not be your match, it is absolutely impossible for you to defeat me alone. Hearing this, Mu Yoshua bit her red lips tightly. Her pretty face was full of anxiety, but there was nothing she could do. This was because the situation was really as the other party said. Even if she recovered most of her strength in a one-on-one fight, the other party was still not her match. However, relying on the power of the formation core, he was in an invincible position. At least she couldn't defeat him alone. However, if she didn't defeat him, how could she destroy the core? How could she break out of today's dangerous situation? Looking at the shameless ant of the firmament god palace in front of him, the white-robed figure could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Even though he didn't forget Li Kongsung's instructions, he couldn't bear it anymore. Moreover, the ant in front of him could be crushed to death with a raise of his hand. If he crushed the ant and returned immediately, it wouldn't affect the core at all. Thinking of this, he couldn't suppress the emotions in his heart anymore. With a cold smile, he slowly walked out of the core of the formation. You ant of the firmament god palace, you are the one who is reckless and forced me to make a move. Now, prepare to enjoy what it means to live a life worse than death. Looking at the appearance of the white-robed figure, Yan Chutian's expression turned ugly. However, he didn't know that in the depths of his heart, there was a feeling of ecstasy spreading and growing. This was because he saw the hope of breaking out of this situation. After a while, when the white-robed figure really walked out of the range of the core of the formation, he was shocked to see that he had lost track of the other party when he raised his head. This made his expression change subconsciously, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. This was because he was very clear that the other party had just entered the Yuanine realm. What was such strength in front of him? However, in the next moment, a fierce aura suddenly appeared behind him. Even his full-strength defense was easily shattered like tofu. His heart was filled with fear. He couldn't imagine how the other party could suddenly burst out with such a strong strength. Desolate God Seal! In a panic, the white-robed figure also felt humiliated. To think that he, the pride of the Tianyang Valley with a cultivation of level 4 of the Yuanine realm, would be so embarrassed in front of an ant of the firmament god palace. Therefore, he immediately launched a violent counterattack. A spiritual energy palm print appeared in the sky and went straight to Yan Chutian to suppress him. However, Yan Chutian didn't need to be afraid of this. Xianyang energy. It looked ordinary, but in fact, it contained Xianyang energy. It collided with the palm print of the white-robed figure. However, the result was that the white-robed figure was forced to retreat. The hidden energy in his body was activated, causing him to stagger. Then, a mouthful of thick blood mist sprayed into the sky. This result made the embarrassed disciple of the Tianyang Valley feel incredulous. At the same time, he seemed to have understood something. He stared at Yan Chutian in horror. You deliberately lured me out of the core of the formation. Haha! Hearing this, Yan Chutian only smiled coldly. He didn't say anything at all. Instead, he rushed directly to the core of the formation and slammed his palm toward the bright star in the center. When the star shattered under Yan Chutian's palm, he could clearly feel that a crack had appeared in the originally incomplete formation. The white-robed disciple of the Tianyang Valley also sensed this scene. His face had become extremely pale. This was because he had a feeling that the painstaking planning of the Tianyang Valley might collapse because of this insignificant disciple of the firmament god palace in front of him. However, even if he knew this, what could he do? At this moment, he was seriously injured and couldn't do anything to stop it. At the same time, all the practitioners in the formation could clearly feel the crack of the entire starry sky spirit lock. This situation naturally made the expressions of all the disciples of the Tianyang Valley change abruptly. They didn't expect that a corner of the formation would crack. Chapter 558. Sensing the changes in the starry sky spirit lock grand array, Li Kongsung's originally calm expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. He had never imagined that the grand array would be destroyed. He had clearly told the 7 people to stand within its range and defend before the array's core was completely stabilized. But how could it be destroyed? At the same time, although he also found it hard to believe that such a situation had happened, Murong Ting's expression immediately became wild with joy. Then he abruptly looked at Li Kongxing and his momentum, which had been retreating step by step, suddenly changed. It seems that the Tianyang Valley's wishful thinking is going to fail. At the same time, under a certain array's core, the Tianyang Valley disciple looked at the beautiful figure in front of him and couldn't help but reveal a smile full of evil thoughts. His lustful gaze swept up and down the former's delicate body. Mu Yoshue, no matter what, the firmament god palace is doomed to lose today. However, if you are willing to pay a little price, I can guarantee that you will walk out of this Yinyang land unscathed. The Tianyang Valley disciple's intention had already been made clear with his gaze and expression. Therefore, how could Mu Yoshua be kind to him? Her beautiful face was covered with ice. She couldn't wait to immediately drag the other party out of the array's core and ruthlessly ravage him. However, with the existence of the array's core, Mu Yoshua simply couldn't do it. Therefore, no matter how angry she was, there was still more helplessness on her fair face. However, just as Mu Yoshua was about to lose all hope and the Tianyang Valley disciple was laughing incessantly, the surrounding heaven and earth trembled violently. Mu Yoshua and the firmament god palace disciple were both extraordinary people. Therefore, they clearly felt that this wasn't a true tremor of heaven and earth, but an opening had been broken in the starry sky spirit lock grand array that covered the sky. Such a situation immediately caused the Tianyang Valley disciple's expression to change dramatically. At the same time, Mu Yoshua's beautiful face was pleasantly surprised. She couldn't help but think of Yen Chutian's figure. Although she couldn't be sure, Mu Yoshua subconsciously thought that Yen Chutian must have made some progress and destroyed a core of the formation. How? How is this possible? With the protection of the core of the formation, how could the disciples of the Tianyang Valley be defeated? How could the core be destroyed? The hearts of the Tianyang Valley disciples trembled. None of their previous arrogance and savagery were left. It was also at this moment that a sudden cold cry suddenly exploded beside his ear. What makes you say that the Tianyang Valley can't break the trap set by you? Accompanied by a cold shout, a slightly thin figure had already descended from the sky. He raised his palm and slapped down forcefully towards the Tianyang Valley disciple. At first, the disciple of the Tianyang Valley was full of fear, but he quickly recovered and quickly mobilized the power of the surrounding array to protect himself. Under the protection of such power, his complexion gradually returned to normal. In his opinion, no matter how strong his opponent was, it was impossible for him to break through the power of the array core. The result that followed seemed to be the case. Even though the thin figure suddenly slapped down with his palm, it only caused the barrier to tremble a little before it gradually calmed down. However, before the disciple of the Tianyang Valley could speak proudly, he heard the thin figure turn his head and look at the beautiful figure, who was full of surprise. "Senior Sister Yoshua, let's do it together." How could Mu Yoshua have the intention to refuse such an invitation? She lightly stepped on the ground and gathered all the power of the surrounding aura. A square seal full of cold aura appeared in her hand and fiercely slammed down on the barrier with her movements. Bang! A heavy sound suddenly resounded. Under the combined power of the two, the defensive barrier that was condensed by the power of the array core could no longer hold on. Bursts of shattering sounds continued to be heard. Glaring cracks had already appeared on the barrier. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the disciple of the Tianyang Valley only had time to spit out this sentence before the barrier was completely broken. Without the protection of the barrier, one could imagine the fate of this quasi-Yuaniing fourth-level disciple. Thus, in the end, the array core was completely broken through. Mu Yoshua did not ask Yen Chutian how he had destroyed the array core by himself. Instead, she directly said, "Let's split up and immediately destroy all the array cores." However, just as she was about to take a step forward, a large hand grabbed hold of her fair hand. Mu Yoshua turned around, looking at Yen Chutian with a puzzled expression. "Senior Sister Yoshua, let's move together." Li Kongsung will definitely know about the commotion here and will definitely send other disciples of the Tianyang Valley to intercept us. Mu Yoshua had been anxious and did not think of this point. Now that Yan Chutian had reminded her, how could she not understand the reason? Thus, she quickly nodded and the two of them moved towards another array core. Time was of the essence and there was no room for delay. However, it seemed that it was because of this that Yan Chutian did not seem to care. His hand was still tightly holding Mu Yoshua's fair hand as they moved. However, he did not realize that Mu Yoshua had already regained her senses. However, what was rather strange was that Mu Yoshua, who was usually far away from the man, did not have any intense reaction after having physical contact with him. She only stared at Yan Chutian's hand that was tightly holding hers with her beautiful eyes. An undetectable crimson color quietly climbed up her fair and delicate face. At the same time, not long after, another array core was destroyed. Li Kongsung's expression had already become incomparably ugly. Thus, how could he still hesitate? He quickly shouted to the other disciples of the Tianyang Valley around him, "Hurry up and stop them!" Hearing this, the disciples of the Tianyang Valley also understood the urgency of the situation. Immediately, several of them broke free from the crowd and rushed towards their array core. However, at this time, they were no longer as domineering and insolent as before. This was because they knew very well that once the Starry Sky Spirit Sealing Array was destroyed, all their advantages would be completely lost. Li Kongsung, the Firmament God Palace, will definitely resolve today's situation. Murong Ting sneered. Following his sneer, several figures shot out from the Firmament God Palace's camp and rushed towards the disciples of the Tianyang Valley. "Murong Ting, you're courting death." "Ha! Li Kongsung, your Tianyang Valley is destined to lose against our Firmament God Palace." After destroying another array core, Yan Chutian and Muyosha looked at each other and immediately said to another disciple of the Firmament God Palace, "Hurry up and destroy the next core!" Okay. The disciple of the Firmament God Palace responded without any hesitation and immediately followed the two's footsteps. Under such circumstances, it was not until the fourth array core was destroyed and Ning Rulin reunited that the disciples of the Tianyang Valley finally rushed over from afar. At this time, these disciples of the Tianyang Valley who rushed over were all furious. This was because they knew very well that if it were not for these damned disciples of the Firmament God Palace, today's situation would not be so critical. However, Yan Chutian acted as if he did not see these figures at all. He directly called out to the three of them and rushed towards the next array core. This made the eyes of the disciples of the Tianyang Valley almost spurt out flames of anger. However, no matter how angry they were, they knew that now was not the time to be angry. They had to catch up with the other party as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the array core continued to be destroyed, even if the Starry Sky Spirit Lock did not collapse, its power would continue to weaken until it was close to nothing. And without the Starry Sky Spirit Lock Great Array, what advantage would the disciples of the Tianyang Valley have against the disciples of the Firmament God Palace? Without any hesitation, Yan Chutian rushed to the fifth array core. He did not show any mercy at all. Before the disciples of the Tianyang Valley under the array core and the disciples of the Firmament God Palace who were attacking this array core could react, he directly killed them. Mu Yoshua caught up with him and also slapped down with her jade palm without any hesitation. As a result, the fifth formation core was also forcefully broken through by them. However, after this array core was destroyed, the disciples of the Tianyang Valley finally caught up and landed in front of Yan Chutian and the others. Chapter 5:59. Looking at the furious figures of several Tianyang Valley disciples blocking his way, Yan Chutian smiled faintly. He was already very satisfied with the result that he had seized the opportunity to destroy the 5 hubs in front of the other party. Looking at the many Firmament God Palace disciples in front of them, these Tianyang Valley disciples were full of anger, especially when they looked at Yan Chutian, The anger in their eyes seemed to be about to materialize and shoot out. Because if they didn't know before, they were very clear now. It was this firmament god palace disciple in front of them, who seemed to have just entered Yuanying, but whose strength was strange and powerful, who led the others to destroy the hubs of the Starry Sky Spirit Lock Grand Formation. In other words, if it wasn't for him, there might not have been such a big flaw in their plan today. And since the flaw had already appeared, in their opinion, the only way to vent the monstrous anger in their hearts was to kill this damned firmament god palace disciple with all their strength. Die for me, you ant of firmament god palace. Before the angry roar had died down, the leading Tianyang Valley disciple had already displayed his powerful strength. Like a whirlwind, a fierce energy swept straight towards Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian could clearly see that this person who was violently attacking him was a genuine level 4 Yuanying disciple. But even if he was a level 4 Yuanying disciple, why should he be afraid? Therefore, in the face of such a violent attack, Yan Chutian attacked the Tianyang Valley disciple in an extremely head-on manner. When the palm print was released, the Xianyang energy was already secretly brewing in the center of his palm. It was impolite not to reciprocate. No matter what, he had to let this person in front of him know a little of his strength. In the next moment, the two palms met. The violent energy eroded each other endlessly. No one wanted to be the slightest bit weaker in this first collision. But soon, the Tianyang Valley disciple's expression changed abruptly. This was because the hidden energy had already erupted in his body. As the hidden energy erupted, the Tianyang Valley disciple's face turned abnormally red. How could Yan Chutian ignore such an opportunity? He suddenly increased the strength in his hand and took advantage of the Tianyang Valley disciple's momentum to continuously retreat. The result of the exchange naturally made the Tianyang Valley disciple's expression very ugly. At the same time, the other Tianyang Valley disciples were all shocked. Obviously, even if they could see that Yan Chutian was extraordinary, they would never have imagined that he, who had just entered Yuanying, would be so powerful. Even Pei, who had been a level 4 Yuanying disciple for a long time, was no match for him. Yan Chutian did not pursue the victory after his successful attack. Because there were many people on the other side, it was meaningless to pursue the victory. Moreover, he had already destroyed 5 hubs. Everything could be considered completed. Even if the Starry Sky Spirit Lock Grand Array still existed, its effect had been greatly weakened. Their Firmament God Palace was now able to fight head-on with the Tianyang Valley. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not even look at the other side. He just called out to Mu Yoshue and the others, and the group of people rushed back to the main battlefield. Looking at the back of the Firmament God Palace disciples proudly leaving, Pei Yan's expression was extremely annoyed and deeply unreconciled. But even so, he had to admit one fact. This time, their painstaking plan of the Tianyang Valley had failed. Even if the Starry Sky Spirit Lock Grand Array still existed, the help it could provide was next to nothing. When they returned to the main battlefield, they could clearly see that the previously chaotic crowd had gradually separated into 2 groups of people. At this time, the momentum of the Firmament God Palace was obviously much better than before. Even if there was still the suppression of the Starry Sky Spirit Lock Grand Array, it was almost negligible. It should be known that the overall strength of the Firmament God Palace was originally stronger than that of the Tianyang Valley. In other words, the Starry Sky Spirit Lock Grand Array only allowed the Tianyang Valley to be on the same starting line as the Firmament God Palace. Looking at the figures rushing into the Firmament God Palace, Murong Ting's face was gloomy. He could never have imagined that these grasshoppers, whom he did not care about at all, could really destroy the Starry Sky Spirit Lock Grand Array. But compared to this, he was more angry at the disciples who were guarding the hubs. He believed that if they had not failed to follow his instructions, they would not have given the Firmament God Palace the opportunity to attack. Li Kong-sung, the Starry Sky Spirit Lock Grand Array is almost destroyed. your plan of the Tianyang Valley has completely failed. Murong Ting's words seemed to be directed at Li Kongsang, but in fact they were directed at all the disciples of the Tianyang Valley. And these words were like a heavy hammer that hammered into the hearts of all the disciples of the Tianyang Valley. They also found it hard to believe that the plan that they had been planning for so long had actually failed. More importantly, each of them had previously appeared to be full of confidence in front of the disciples of the Firmament God Palace. But now their plan had been destroyed. Wasn't this equivalent to slapping all the disciples of the Tianyang Valley in the face and humiliating them? Therefore, in the face of Murong Ting's words, Li Kongsang could not utter a single word of objection. He could only argue with a gloomy face after a long while. Don't be complacent too early. Now, you are just reversing the situation. It is still unknown who will emerge victorious today. Hearing these familiar words, Murong Ting could not help but smile coldly. Previously, the other party was still mocking him for his stubborn resistance. Wasn't the situation now very similar? Although they didn't have the advantage of suppressing the other party, from a certain perspective, the Firmament God Palace had already defeated the Sky Ocean Valley by destroying their long-awaited plan. The plan has already failed. Don't tell me you still want to pointlessly persist? Xian Yu's cold voice also sounded. At this moment, the suppressive effect of the great array around them had weakened too much. Therefore, he was full of confidence and no longer feared. Haha, what are we still hesitating for? Let's get rid of these despicable villains in one fell swoop. Feng Rue rubbed his fists. Although many wounds had already appeared all over his body, they did not seem to be able to dampen his drive in the slightest. At this moment, the momentum of the Firmament God Palace was too strong. This was easy to understand. After all, they had already resolved such a dangerous situation before. Therefore, how could they be afraid now? On the other hand, the momentum of the Tianyang Valley side was much weaker in comparison. This was because the plan they had planned for a long time had failed in the end, and they had almost destroyed the situation where they were sure to win. How could they not be weak? Clearly sensing the situation, Li Kongsang's expression flickered. He had a feeling that if they were to fight directly, the Tianyang Valley's chances of victory would not be high. Therefore, in the next moment, he finally spoke again. Murong Ting, I think you also do not want to fight directly. In this way, no matter which side it is, they will definitely suffer heavy losses. There might even be casualties. It had to be said that Li Kongsang was really an outstanding character in terms of intelligence. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become a leader among the disciples of the Tianyang Valley with his cultivation at the 5th level of Yuanying. And he also displayed his intelligence. In a few words, he clearly did not want to fight directly, but he said that neither side should do so. Hearing Li Kongsang's words, even though Murong Ting knew that the other party did not mean what he said on the surface, he still had to admit that he had to consider this point. After thinking for a while, Murong Ting replied coldly, "Then what do you want?" I know what you are worried about, but you can rest assured that we will still fight openly. It's just that the scale will be smaller. Smaller. That's right. Li Kongsang smiled calmly. At this moment, his expression seemed to have returned to its previous state of being in control. Both sides will send out 5 people to fight one by one. However, the cultivation of these 5 people cannot exceed the 4th level of Yuanying. Li Kongsang explained everything clearly and then smiled coldly as he waited for Murong Ting's response. In fact, this time, he really did not have any intention of scheming. He just believed that this way, the Tianyang Valley would have a better chance of winning. As for why their cultivation was limited to below the 4th level of Yuanying, it was because each of them had just entered the 5th level of Yuanying. In a fight of such strength, it was most likely that they would be evenly matched. However, if they were evenly matched, then what was the point of fighting? It would be better to just settle things peacefully. Hearing Li Kongsang's words, Murong Ting did not immediately agree. After all, with the previous example, how could he easily trust the other party? Therefore, He only responded after communicating with a few people around him. All right, then we will fight 5 rounds. 5 rounds, 3 wins. Chapter 560. Seeing Murong Ting agree. Yan Chutian's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything against it. He knew very well that Murong Ting and the others agreed, not because they were arrogant, but because they didn't want to tarnish the reputation of the Firmament God Palace. Even Yan Chutian was no exception to this. To him, the Firmament God Palace wasn't like the other sections. It was a place that gave him a sense of honor. Otherwise, even if Yan Chutian had foreseen this, he could have kept silent. After all, he had already achieved his goal of coming to the Yinyang land. Why would he care about the glory of the Firmament God Palace? In short, after both sides agreed, the crowd naturally moved. With Murong Ting, Xianyu, and the others taking the lead, they began to discuss the candidates for the battle. Because of the restriction of their cultivation, they couldn't participate. Thus, they quickly turned their gazes to the remaining Yuanying 4th level cultivators in the group. Among them, Mu Yoshue bore the brunt of it. Her injuries had already mostly recovered. In addition, with her attainments in the Array Dao, even if she couldn't defeat a Yuanying 5th level cultivator, it wouldn't be a problem for her to remain undefeated among the Yuanying 4th level cultivators. However, before they truly fought, they couldn't be sure. Everything was unknown. I'm willing to participate. Feng Rue didn't hesitate to recommend himself. Even if he didn't do anything, when his huge body took a step forward, it would form an invisible deterrence. The other Yuanying 4th level Firmament God Palace disciples also showed their attitude, even if they hadn't said anything. As long as they gave the order, they would do their best to fight for the Firmament God Palace. After hesitating for a while, Mu Yoshue, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Yan Yin can also participate, although he has just entered the Yuanying realm. He is comparable to a Yuanying 4th level cultivator. Moreover, he was the first to open a gap when the core of the formation was destroyed, and that was how the crisis was resolved. Mu Yoshue didn't say anything. The moment she said that the surrounding disciples of the Firmament God Palace were in an uproar. Although Yan Chutian had vaguely displayed his strength earlier, that was because he was a great array master. But now, from what Mu Yoshue had just said, he was actually this powerful. Murong Ting was also shocked. He did not expect that the Yan Chutian in front of him was the source of the crisis. In other words, if it were not for him, the Dark God Palace would have been defeated today. However, the upcoming battle would determine the outcome of the Firmament God Palace, so they could not afford to be careless. At this time, Yan Chutian naturally did not hesitate and once again revealed his powerful aura. This time, everyone could sense it even more clearly, following which, some of their doubts were completely cut off. This was because, in terms of aura, only a 4th layer Yuanying cultivator could grasp it. However, this inevitably shocked them. The other party had clearly just entered the Yuanying realm. How could he possess such a powerful aura? Feeling Yan Chutian's powerful aura, which could not be faked, Murong Ting no longer hesitated and slowly spoke. If I let you fight, are you confident that you can win a match for the Firmament God Palace? Facing Murong Ting's deliberately questioning gaze, Yan Chutian's eyes did not even waver as he directly answered, I am confident that I can win a match for the sect. In less than half an hour, the 5 candidates from both sides had been arranged. Yan Chutian did not know how the other side had arranged it, but the Firmament God Palace had arranged for him to be the last one. This did not mean that he would be the last to fight and determine the victory, but to prevent him from losing in the first round and weakening his momentum. Yan Chutian could understand this. After all, he had just entered the Yuanying realm. Murong Ting and the others had not seen him fight with their own eyes. How could they be sure of his strength? It could even be said that they were already taking a risk by letting him fight, and this was also because of his previous performance. However, Yan Chutian did not care. It was enough as long as he could fight. At the same time, a practitioner who had just entered the Yuanying realm appeared in the group of 5 from the Firmament God Palace. However, there were no sounds of mockery from the Tianyang Valley camp. This was because in the Tianyang Valley, news about Yan Chutian had already spread. Even Li Kongsung already knew that this was a Firmament God Palace disciple who had just entered the Yuanying realm. He was not simple and could not be judged on the surface. However, they would counter soldiers with arms and water with an earthweir. Their Tianyang Valley camp would definitely obtain victory. At the same time, although both sides were like this, the disciples of the smaller factions who did not know the exact situation clearly did not understand why a person who had just entered the Yuanying realm would appear in the group of the Firmament God Palace. However, the news quickly spread and let them know that this Firmament God Palace disciple who had just entered the Yuanying realm was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. However, seeing was believing. Thus, even though the news had spread, many disciples of the smaller factions still held a skeptical attitude. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they could not believe it. How extraordinary was this Firmament God Palace disciple! The first person from the Firmament God Palace to fight was Mu Yoshua. With her strength was comparable to the 5th layer of the Yuanying realm. Thus, a jade tablet with the 3 words Mu Yoshua engraved on it directly flew from Murongting's hand to Li Kongsung's. However, looking at the words on the jade tablet in his hand, Li Kongsung seemed to have expected this, and the corners of his mouth curved into a cold smile. At the same time, Murongting also opened the jade tablet that Li Kongsung had just shot over. The 2 words Xinjia were engraved on it. However, looking at the 2 words Xinjia, Murongting's expression changed. This was because Xinjia's cultivation was the weakest among the 5 people on the other side. In other words, the other side had deliberately sent Xinjia out and directly gave up on this round from the start. Haha, let's begin. Seeing Murongting's change in expression, Li Kongsung's cold smile deepened. However, he did not say anything and only announced the start of the round and retreated to the back. However, with Li Kongsung's reaction, how could Murongting, Xianyu, and the others behind him remain calm? They also completely did not expect that Murongting would be affected by the order of the battle. Could it be that he had long anticipated this scene, so he came up with this plan? However, no matter how angry she was, the order of the first person had already been decided and could not be changed. Thus, Mu Yoshua could only step forward step by step and face off against the Tianyang Valley disciple, Xinjia. The following result was exactly as expected. It did not take long for Xinjia to be defeated by Mu Yoshua. However, even though they had won the first round, the Firmament God Palace was not happy at all. This was because they all knew that the Tianyang Valley's true intention was the remaining 4 rounds. Li Kongsung's eyes were burning as he looked at the Firmament God Palace camp. Deep in his heart, thoughts that only he knew were spinning rapidly. They must have arranged for the uncertain new Yuanying disciple to be in the last round. Then I can avoid this round and only need to ensure the victory of the 3 rounds in the middle. Even if there is a mistake in one of the 3 rounds in the middle, I still have a backup plan. At least, the Tianyang Valley will not be defeated. At the same time, behind Murongting, Xianyu's slightly anxious words quickly sounded. Murongting, perhaps we can change the situation and let Yan Yun go up first. Hearing this, Murongting shook his head. His eyes were deep and ugly. It's too late. The Tianyang Valley will definitely do their best in the next 3 rounds. Even if they change the person, it will not change the result. Then what should we do? Xian Yu's expression changed. He, who had always wanted to compete with Murongting, said such words. It was obvious that he really did not have a clue at this time. At this time, Murongting's expression suddenly became firm. According to the order, we can only take a gamble. Let's bet that the Firmament God Palace can still win 2 rounds in the next 3 rounds and lock in the victory. Then, in the second round, Murongting and Li Kongsung still exchanged jade tablets. Then, According to the name carved on the jade tablet, the disciples of each force would enter the arena. However, the result of the second round was out of Murong Ting's expectations. Even though the fight lasted for a long time, the Firmament God Palace disciple was defeated in one move and was directly blasted away dozens of feet. At this time, the Tianyang Valley and the Firmament God Palace were tied. Murong Ting, no matter who the Firmament God Palace sends out, I will guarantee that the Tianyang Valley disciple will definitely win. Li Kongsung said arrogantly, as if he had already foreseen that the victory would be on the Tianyang Valley side. Chapter 561. It seemed to be a draw, but in fact, it made the atmosphere in the Firmament God Palace much more solemn than before. The disciple who was going to fight in the next round, even though he had always been mentally strong, couldn't help but show a touch of nervousness on his face at this moment. This was because this fight was too important. It was related to the honor of the Firmament God Palace. If he lost, not only would he lose face, but he would also lose face for the Firmament God Palace. Looking at the young man who was going to fight in front of him, Murong Ting didn't say much. He knew that at this point he could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. Soon, the curtains of the third round of the competition were drawn. However, the result of the third round of the competition made the hearts of the disciples of the Firmament God Palace tremble again, because in this round, the disciples of the Firmament God Palace were defeated by the disciples of the Tianyang Valley again. Moreover, the situation this time was much more straightforward than the previous round. It could be said that they were completely defeated by the opponent. Although such a scene made Li Kongsung's eyes change slightly, he didn't show any joy. Because, as he said before, no matter who the Firmament God Palace sent out, the Tianyang Valley was determined to win the next 3 rounds of the competition. At the same time, the Firmament God Palace, which had started the competition well, actually lost 2 rounds to the Tianyang Valley in a row, allowing the opponent to gain the upper hand first. The surrounding disciples of the small forces all faintly sighed. The strength of the Tianyang Valley really couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, the small forces following the Tianyang Valley couldn't help but show joy on their faces. If they followed the Tianyang Valley to defeat the Firmament God Palace, they could hold their heads high and show their power. At least in front of the other small forces, they could show off their power. In contrast, the disciples of the small forces following the Firmament God Palace couldn't help but change their expressions. If the Firmament God Palace was defeated, they would be humiliated as well. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding disciples, Murong Ting, Xian Yu, and the others only stared at Feng Rue, because the person who was about to go up next was Feng Rue, and if even he was defeated, then this time the Firmament God Palace would really suffer a crushing defeat. Winning 3 out of 5 matches, they wouldn't even be able to finish the 5th match. But if he won, then no matter what the result of the 5th round would be, at least the Firmament God Palace would still retain some dignity. Feng Rue's expression was solemn. At this moment, he also knew that the Firmament God Palace was in a critical situation. It could be said that victory or defeat was completely in his hands. The more it was like this, the more determined he was. No matter what, he had to win this battle. Bastards of the Firmament God Palace, who wants to fight? Leaping into the center of the empty field, Feng Rue stomped heavily on the ground, as if the earth was trembling under his feet. In response to his words, among the remaining 2 people from the Tianyang Valley, the similarly well-built young man smiled coldly. I, Han Hong, want to fight. I wonder how many moves you, a disciple of the Firmament God Palace, can take from me? Looking at the Tianyang Valley disciple who leaped out, Feng Rue knew at a glance that he was definitely not an easy opponent. But at this time, he naturally wouldn't have any scruples and immediately responded arrogantly. Ignorant, I want to see how much strength you, a bastard from the Tianyang Valley, have. As his voice faded, the battle between the 2 sides was about to start. Looking at the 2 people who were about to fight, Yan Chutian saw clearly that these 2 should be cultivators of the body refinement realm. It was just that they had never fought before, so even he couldn't tell who was stronger. So at this time he could only pray silently in his heart that Feng Rue could win. Otherwise, no matter how confident he was, he wouldn't even have the chance to fight. What use could he be? Boom! Accompanied by a loud roar, the battle between Feng Rue and Han Hong finally broke out. The battle between the two was obviously much more thrilling and exciting than the previous 3 battles. Because both of them were cultivators of the body refinement realm, their fists naturally hit the flesh and shocked the hearts of people. But even so, the final result was that even though Feng Rue burned his own blood essence and stimulated all of his strength, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. But Feng Rue couldn't defeat both of them, so it was impossible for Han Hong to defeat Feng Rue. So the final result was that both of them suffered. The result of both of them suffering was self-evident. This battle was concluded as a draw. But this draw made the atmosphere in the Tianyang Valley extremely excited, because the Tianyang Valley had already won 2 battles. So even if they couldn't win the next 5th battle, as long as it was a draw, the Tianyang Valley would still be the final winner. No matter what, the Tianyang Valley, were already in an invincible position. Such a situation naturally caused the hearts of all the disciples of the Firmament God Palace to tremble. Because of the current situation, the Firmament God Palace had no hope of winning. At most, they could only fight to a draw with the Tianyang Valley. Morong Ting, it seems that no matter what, my Tianyang Valley will suppress your Firmament God Palace today. This time, facing Li Kongsung's arrogant words, even Morong Ting couldn't say anything to refute. He could only wear an ugly expression and remain silent. Xian Yu was the same, because no matter what, the Firmament God Palace couldn't win against the Tianyang Valley today. The possibility of losing was even greater. But at this time, no one expected that an indifferent voice would suddenly sound between the two sides. It hasn't even reached the end, and it's already like this. Isn't the Tianyang Valley too arrogant? As soon as the words came out, countless eyes immediately looked towards the source of the voice. And the source of the voice, who else could it be other than Yan Chutian? Li Kongsung stared at Yan Chutian. He had heard too much from the other disciples of the Tianyang Valley about the strangeness of this Firmament God Palace disciple who had just entered the Yuanying. But he didn't want to care so much. He didn't believe that he, the last disciple of the Tianyang Valley, would be able to break through if he defended with all his strength. So he didn't speak to Yan Chutian at all. Instead, he directly looked at the last disciple of the Tianyang Valley behind him and said slowly, but without restraining his tone, "You only need to defend with all your strength. I don't believe that no matter how strange he is, he can break through the defense of a 4th-layer cultivator of the Yuanying." Hearing this, the Tianyang Valley disciple laughed and glanced at Yan Chutian disdainfully from the corner of his eyes. He patted his chest and promised Li Kongsung, "Senior brotherly, don't worry. I, Zhuge Yin, am best at defense. If I defend with all my strength, even a quasi-5th-layer cultivator of the Yuanying won't be able to break through." The two of them didn't bother to hide their words. Many of the disciples of the Firmament God Palace had ugly expressions on their faces, because the other party had made it clear that they only wanted to defend, and it would be fine as long as it was a draw. But if it was a draw, it would mean that the Firmament God Palace would ultimately lose this battle. Then, everyone's eyes turned to Yan Chutian. Although he had all kinds of amazing deeds before, it was inevitable that everyone would be worried at this moment. Could he defeat Zhuge Yin? Looking at the center of the field, the disciples of the Firmament God Palace and the Tianyang Valley were gradually facing each other. Zhuge Yin's strength was self-evident. The strength of the 4th layer of the Yuanying technique was displayed, without a doubt. As for Yan Chutian, the news of him had already spread among the small factions. It was just that they hadn't seen him with their own eyes, so many disciples of the small factions were still doubtful. But no matter what, this couldn't stop the battle from going on. Looking at the Firmament God Palace disciple in front of him, Zhuge Yun's eyes were full of contempt. Although he had also heard the news of the other party, in his opinion, a newcomer to the Yuanying technique was still a newcomer to the Yuanying technique. How could he surpass so many levels and compare with the fourth layer of the Yuanying technique? The defeat of the Tianyang Valley disciple earlier was only because they were too careless. However, with Li Kongxing behind him, and the fact that he had made a solemn vow earlier, Zhuge Yun did not act arrogantly in the end. Just like what he had said, he heavily stomped his foot. Layers of qi continued to spread out from his body and gathered in front of him. The gathered qi did not reveal a sharp, murderous intent. Instead, it was extremely simple and honest. It was as if no matter how strong the attack was, it would be blocked and couldn't be broken. When Zhuge Yun said that he was good at defense, it wasn't a perfunctory remark. It was true. He was best at waiting for an attack with defense. When the opponent's strong attack failed and became anxious, he would attack when the opponent was unprepared and defeat them in one move. Chapter 562. Looking at Zhuge Yun's thick energy circulating around his body, Yan Chutian revealed a faint smile. He had to admit that Zhuge Yun's defense was extremely strong. Even though he did not make any big moves, the defensive aura he displayed was enough to make many Yuanying stage for cultivators feel helpless. However, this did not include him. Not only was he not a Yuanying stage for cultivator, the strength he displayed could not be measured by an ordinary stage for Yuanying stage for cultivator. He continuously mobilized the energy within his body. The seemingly immature but extremely tough energy gradually spread out and gathered on his right palm. When this energy gathered to a certain extent, Yan Chutian's right foot stomped heavily on the ground, following which his body shot out and appeared in front of Zhuge Yun in an instant. Boom! With a light palm strike, he abruptly slapped down at the speed of lightning. This palm did not seem like much, but when the energy truly exploded, it was enough to cause the surrounding space to tremble and shatter. From this, one could imagine exactly how powerful this attack was. However, when the palm slammed down, Yan Chutian's brows slowly furrowed as the palm and the energy in front of Zhuge Yun converged. Because when his palm slammed down, he actually felt that he was unable to break through his opponent's defense. Haha, you are underestimating me, Zhuge Yun. I cultivate the Xianhuang Tianyang technique. This technique is not good at attacking, but it is extremely suitable for defense. I stand here and circulate my technique. I can imprint myself with the heavens and earth and absorb their energy for my own use. This greatly increases my defense. Hearing Zhuge Yun's arrogant and disdainful words, Yan Chutian suddenly dispersed his energy and retreated, following which he opened his spiritual eye. Under the scan of his spiritual eye, he indeed sensed that there was a deep yellow energy in the sky and on the ground that was continuously converging towards him. It was obvious that Zhuge Yun was relying on this power to continuously strengthen his defense. Therefore, when he heard Zhuge Yun's arrogant words, Yan Chutian did not object. After all, he had indeed underestimated Zhuge Yun. With the Xianhuang Tianyang technique, if he focused on defense, it would be troublesome. However, before that, Yan Chutian still wanted to give it a try. Could it be that Zhuge Yun's defense was really that difficult to break through? Slowly taking in a deep breath, Yan Chutian closed his eyes slightly. The mysterious yang qi hidden within his body had already started to surge rapidly. The mystic yang qi was like the qi dynamic force from before, quickly gathering on his right palm. When his strength had accumulated to a certain extent, Yan Chutian suddenly opened his eyes. Then he once again sent out a palm strike towards Zhuge Yun. Mystic yang energy. Bang! The dull sound of the collision suddenly resounded. However, Yan Chutian, who had retreated once again, stared intently at Zhuge Yun's reaction. The mystic yang energy focused on the eruption of hidden energy. The eruption of hidden energy was the most ferocious and also the most unpredictable. However, Yan Chutian could clearly see that although the hidden energy had indeed erupted, it only caused Zhuge Yun's body to tremble slightly. The surrounding deep yellow energy that was constantly converging had dispersed too much of the damage. This palm strike is not bad. However, if you want to deal with me who has the Xianhuang Tianyang technique, it is simply insignificant. After stabilizing himself, Zhuge Yun once again mocked Yan Chutian. However, in reality, his heart was fluctuating violently. At this moment, he was even more glad that he had listened to Li Kongsung's advice and used defense as an attack. The disciple of the firmament god palace in front of him was too strange and could not be judged with common sense. At the same time, the surrounding crowd looked at this scene. Although they could not deny that Yan Chutian's attacking momentum was not something that they could underestimate, Zhuge Yun's defense was too terrifying. However, Zhuge Yun's defensive power was too terrifying. If this continued, the situation would only end in a stalemate. However, a stalemate would mean that the firmament god palace would eventually lose. Hearing Zhuge Yun's mocking words, Yan Chutian's expression did not change at all. This was because he knew that it was not that his mystic yang energy was useless, but that his cultivation was not enough. Or perhaps if he could raise the grade of the Shenyang Qi again and step into the 4th grade. Then Yan Chutian had full confidence that his opponent would not be able to resist the mystic yang energy activated by level 4 mystic yang energy. However, if his mystic yang energy reached level 4, he would not need to use the mystic yang energy. The method that could be cultivated with level 4 mystic yang energy was the ultimate trump card. Thinking of this, Yan Chutian could not help but shake his head gently and throw all these complicated thoughts to the back of his mind. Now was not the time to think about these. What he needed to think about now was how to defeat his opponent. At this moment, Zhuge Yun was obviously prepared to defend. However, because of this, the Xianhuang Tianyang technique had become the biggest obstacle. How could he break it? Yan Chutian's spiritual eye carefully scanned Zhuge Yun. At the same time, how could Zhuge Yun let go of the opportunity to mock him? He continued to mock him and even asked Yan Chutian to admit defeat. The disciples of the firmament god palace couldn't help but be enraged when they heard that. Even the usually calm Mu Yoshue found it hard to suppress the anger in her heart. This was clearly his opponent, who was obviously defending with a scoundrel posture and did not have any offensive posture. Even so, he still shamelessly asked his opponent to admit defeat. Yan Chutian did not pay attention to Zhuge Yun's words. He just constantly scanned his body. At some point, his eyes suddenly moved and a flash of light quietly emerged in the depths of his pupils. At this moment, Yan Chutian suddenly realized that Zhuge Yun's Xianhuang Tianyang technique was constantly absorbing the power of the earth or the sky. Therefore, if he could isolate the surrounding environment, even if he could only isolate part of it, then it was absolutely impossible for him to be in an invincible position. Thinking of this, Yan Chutian's eyes became brighter and brighter. Then, without hesitation, he immediately rushed out. Bang! Attacking again and again, Yan Chutian's palm prints continuously fell on Zhuge Yun. But every time, Zhuge Yun did not even need to move and was able to easily block his attack. Such situations happen one after another. Zhuge Yun sneered again and again. In his view, his opponent was so anxious that he did not know how to deal with it, so he attacked randomly. At the same time, the surrounding crowd, including some disciples of the firmament god palace, could not help but shake their heads. Could it be that Yan Chutian had no choice but to attack in such a disorderly manner? At this time, only people like Mu Yoshue and Xian Yu narrowed their eyes. Obviously, in their view, the situation was not as simple as it seemed. Yan Chutian's attacks continued to increase and continue. This also made the disciples of the Tianyang Valley, like Li Kongsung, constantly change their expressions. They were not fools. Perhaps they did not see anything strange at first, but after a long time they were more or less aware of it. Staring closely at Yan Chutian's figure, Li Kongsung's uneasiness grew stronger. Even if he had only seen him a few times, he was sure that his opponent was not a reckless person. Therefore, the seemingly chaotic attacks in front of him could not be due to impatience. There must be other reasons. But what exactly was the reason? Inadvertently glancing at Zhuge Yun, Li Kongsung suddenly thought of something. He did not care about anything else and hurriedly shouted, "Damn it, he is setting up a formation to separate. Ha, now you know, but it's too late." Before Li Kongsung could finish his words, Yan Chutian's cold laughter suddenly sounded. It was also at this moment that countless formation ripples appeared in the originally calm space. In just a few breaths' time, they connected to form a large formation that completely enveloped Zhuge Yun. At this moment, Zhuge Yun, who was still mocking him, suddenly changed his expression, because at this moment he already felt that his connection with the outside world had been completely cut off, and the amount of heaven and earth that was gathered from the remaining area was pitifully small. How many attacks could it withstand? You were setting up a formation all this time. In a panic, Zhuge Yun pointed at Yan Chutian, his face full of shock. He did not expect the result to be like this. Looking at the panicking Zhuge Yun, Yan Chutian let out a long sigh of relief. After wasting so much time, it was finally time to reel in the net. Chapter 563. As for Zhuge Yun's words of panic and horror, Yan Chutian did not have the slightest intention of replying. He bent his body slightly again, and when the Xianyang Qi was gathered to the maximum, he brazenly slapped his palm directly towards the former. However, in the face of this attack, Zhuge Yun's expression turned extremely ugly. This was because he could clearly feel that the amount of power of heaven and earth he could absorb from the surroundings was extremely limited. After experiencing the might of the opponent's attack, how could he have the slightest bit of confidence that he could block it with such a large amount of power of heaven and earth? However, no matter how he felt, Yan Chutian's palm imprint still descended forcefully in a moment, bombarding the power of qi drifting in front of him. Although the palm imprint did not injure Zhuge Yun, it was clearly visible and even more clearly audible. An ear-piercing, shattering sound had already resounded from the place where the palm imprint landed. From afar, one could see that with Yan Chutian's palm imprint as the center, fine cracks were rapidly spreading like a spider web. Such a scene was not only too much for the surrounding disciples of the small forces to take in. They could not believe this sudden change. Even the disciples of the two major forces could not help but feel the same way. Looking at the scene before him, Li Kongsung, who had just spoken out a warning, suddenly had an extremely ugly expression on his handsome face. He did not expect that it was really the firmament god palace that caused this change. He also did not expect that the opponent would find the loophole in Zhuge Yun's Xianyang Tianyang technique in such a short time. More importantly, he was a great array master. If he was not a great array master, what could he do even if he found the loophole? There was no possibility of breaking it at all. However, things had already come to this. Even if Li Kongsung did not want to see the result, it had indeed happened before his eyes. He had no choice but to accept this result. In this battle, the Tianyang Valley, was going to lose. What happened next was within Li Kongsung's expectations. Even with the remaining power of heaven and earth, Zhuge Yun was barely able to block it once. However, when the second attack descended, he was directly blasted away. At the same time that his defenses were completely destroyed, blood violently gushed out from his mouth. He was severely injured. Zhuge Yun's crushing defeat was out of everyone's expectations. Therefore, the disciples of the Firmament God Palace couldn't help but cheer. Previously, they had almost thought that Yan Chutian would be held back by Zhuge Yun and be unable to do anything. Who knew that all of a sudden, the situation would reverse in an instant? At the same time, Zhuge Yun's crushing defeat naturally lowered the morale of the Tianyang Valley. After all, they had shamelessly used their defense to force a draw. But even so, the outcome was still a loss. How could their expressions be any better? Li Kong-sung naturally couldn't bear to see the firmament god palace so happy. He immediately took a step forward and pretended to be cold and arrogant as he looked at Morong-ting and the others and spoke loudly. So what if you've moved us back a little? In the end, it's still a draw. Our Tianyang Valley is still not the slightest bit weaker than your firmament god palace. Although Li Kong-sung's words were somewhat flustered and exasperated, one had to admit that what he said was the truth. A draw meant that the firmament god palace was only considered to be on par with the Tianyang Valley. How could the many disciples, who had always regarded their own sect as the overlord of the Tsangyuan continent, accept this? However, at this moment, an indifferent voice once again rang out between heaven and earth, attracting everyone's attention. Then, may I ask if the Tianyang Valley will accept the challenge of the firmament god palace? A simple sentence, but it seemed that the firmament god palace, who had been on the back foot, had suddenly seized the initiative. Moreover, there was nothing wrong with this sentence because it was the Tianyang Valley who had first proposed a best of 5. Now that the outcome was still undecided, it was naturally the firmament god palace's turn to announce the method of battle. Hearing this, Li Kong-sung, who had gradually recovered his cold smile and calm emotions, couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly. Then he locked his gaze on the thin figure who had spoken. As for this figure, who else could it be other than Yen Chutian? At this moment, looking at Yen Chutian, Li Kong-sung was so angry that the roots of his teeth were itching. This was because he already knew that the Tianyang Valley's successive chances of victory could be said to have been blocked by this guy in front of him. If he could, he really wanted to rush up and directly crush him to slightly alleviate the hatred in his heart. However, he knew that he couldn't do so. Otherwise, he would lose face for the Tianyang Valley. Moreover, even if he made a move, he couldn't possibly succeed. He didn't believe that Morong-ting and the others would be indifferent. However, hearing the other party's undisguised words, Li Kong-sung could not answer or refuse. Therefore, he could only reply coldly with extreme displeasure. Then what do you want? Yen Chutian looked directly at Li Kong-sung, not fearing his aura at all, and said loudly, word by word, "Continue the previous battle, but this time we will decide the victor in one battle. Your Tianyang Valley can send out any disciple of the 4th layer of the Yuanying realm, and my firmament god palace will send me out." Yen Chutian's sonorous words slowly fell. His words immediately caused a huge uproar in the crowd. No one had expected him to have such great confidence. Could it be that he thought that he was already invincible under the 5th layer of the Yuanying realm? If a cultivator who had just entered the Yuanying realm dared to say such words under normal circumstances, it would definitely make them laugh. They would even feel that the other party really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to say such arrogant words. However, at this moment, in the face of Yen Chutian's dazzling battle results, none of them could laugh. Hearing Yen Chutian's sonorous words, Li Kong-sung's expression changed slightly. However, he didn't immediately agree. Instead, he snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are to represent all the disciples of the firmament god palace here?" Hearing this, Yen Chutian immediately looked at Morong-ting and Xianyu. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was very clear. Looking at this scene, it was impossible for Morong-ting and Xianyu not to consider this possibility. However, now that the situation had escalated to this point, no matter who took a step back, their momentum would be much weaker. Moreover, Yen Chutian had already proven himself previously, so they couldn't say no. They said solemnly, "Li Kong-sung, this is also our intention. I wonder if the Tianyang Valley dares to accept the challenge." The two of them spoke in unison. Li Kong-sung didn't expect this, and his expression turned even uglier. He didn't expect that the other party would stake everything on this one throw and bet the victory on this disciple who had just entered the Yuanying realm. Even so, Li Kong-sung's first reaction was to refuse rather than agree. However, he really couldn't say the word refuse. This was because once he refused, the momentum of the Tianyang Valley would be much weaker. There might even be news that in the vast Tianyang Valley, no one dared to accept the challenge of a disciple of the firmament god palace who had just entered the Yuanying realm. In that case, they would lose all face. Therefore, it could be said that Yan Chutian's words meant that the Tianyang Valley had to accept the challenge. In an instant, he understood everything. His expression turned uglier, but Li Kongsung didn't forget to quickly restrain his emotions. Then he fixed his gaze on Yan Chutian again and said coldly, "What a clever scheme. However, do you think that you can be so arrogant in front of so many prides of the Tianyang Valley? Zhou Qin, you take action on behalf of the Tianyang Valley. Let this disciple of the firmament god palace know the immensity of heaven and earth." At this point, Li Kongsung knew that no amount of scheming would work in the face of such an open scheme. He could only send the strongest disciple of the Yuanying realm in the Tianyang Valley to fight to save face. The moment his voice sounded, a reply that was also filled with anger immediately rang out. Then, a figure in a green robe swept to the center of the field. Not only was his deep eyes filled with anger, but there was also a thick sense of cruelty. He didn't expect that his opponent would be so arrogant as to force the disciples of the Tianyang Valley into a corner. Could it be that he thought that he could flaunt his strength in front of the Tianyang Valley just by relying on some strange power? "Ha! How dare you be so arrogant in front of the Tianyang Valley? Don't worry, I'll break your bones one by one in a while and let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." Before Zhou Chen's cold voice could fade away, Yan Chutian, who was also sneering, said something shocking. "Since this is the last battle, then let's determine the outcome of the battle with life and death." Chapter 564. As Yan Chutian's last sentence sounded out, the surrounding crowd was once again in an uproar. At this time, the crowd also remembered that every time he spoke or moved, it would shock everyone. Upon hearing Yan Chutian's soft words, Zhou Chen's originally gloomy and cold face involuntarily tensed up. Soon after, intense anger began to surface on his face. He had never imagined that this disciple of the firmament god palace would be so arrogant. He actually wanted to use life and death to decide the outcome of this battle. But even so, what did he have to fear? Did that disciple of the firmament god palace think that he was a piece of trash like Zhuge Yin? At the same time, Yan Chutian's face was calm as he looked at Zhou Qin, whose face was extremely dark. However, there was already a faint killing intent that slowly flashed across his indifferent face. Using life and death to decide the outcome wasn't just empty words. After entering the Yinyang land, both he and Mu Yoshua had almost died in the hands of the disciples of the Tianyang Valley. Hence, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Secondly, since they had fought to such an extent, they naturally needed blood to intimidate the people of the Tianyang Valley. He wanted to let them know that the firmament god palace wasn't the Tianyang Valley. They couldn't be casually provoked and framed. In the next moment, Yan Chutian and Zhou Qin both disappeared from their original positions. In a short period of time, the two of them continuously used their palms to exchange blows. Deep rumbles sounded out continuously. After a few breaths, the two of them retreated a few steps. Whether it was Yan Chutian or Zhou Qin, the clothes up to their elbows had been completely destroyed. Zhou Qin lowered his head slightly and glanced at his arm. He gradually withdrew his anger, and a solemn expression appeared. Even though he didn't like Yan Chutian, he couldn't help but admit that this disciple of the firmament god palace was indeed a strange fellow. He had clearly just entered the Yuanying stage, but the aura he emitted was comparable to a fourth stage Yuanying cultivator. However, if that was the case, then the outcome of this battle was destined to be Zhou Chen's life. "Sword, come!" Gazing at Yan Chutian, Zhou Chen suddenly let out a loud roar. Along with his roar, a berserk power of qi swirled incessantly, faintly forming an extremely majestic tornado. Within the tornado, a green long sword could be vaguely seen gathering in Zhou Chen's hand. Yan Chutan could clearly see that although the green sword wasn't a physical body, the sharp aura it emitted was something that ordinary swords couldn't compare to. It was somewhere between the two. When the green long sword appeared in Zhou Chen's hand, many respectful words could be heard from the Tianyang Valley disciples' camp. This is a spirit art unique to senior brother Zhou Chen and his elder brother, senior brother Zhou Yan. It is said that the sword is divided into 3 grades. The purple sword is the strongest, the green sword is second, and the white sword is the weakest. I didn't expect that senior brother Zhou Chen had already mastered the green sword. It seems that he isn't far from mastering this spirit art. This time that Firmament God Palace disciple is in for a bad time. The power of this sword strike is a true demon spirit art. At the same time, Zhou Chen didn't show off his spirit art. He raised his hand and the green sword rushed straight for Yan Chutian's chest like a snake. The tip of the sword was like a snake flicking its tongue. The sharpness it emitted was enough to make many 4th stage Yuanian cultivators unwilling to face it head-on. It had to be said that Zhou Chen truly possessed strength that ordinary 4th stage Yuanian cultivators couldn't compare to. Yan Chutian saw all of this clearly, so he wouldn't underestimate Zhou Chen. Moreover, it wasn't as if Zhou Chen didn't have strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to say such arrogant words. When the green sword burst forth, Yan Chutian's feet moved slightly. It looked like a simple movement, but a mysterious aura gradually spread out. This was the profound shadow. Bang! The green sword slashed down with a deafening roar. It directly tore a huge gully in the ground. It was a complete mess. However, everyone, including Zhou Chen, could clearly see that when the terrifying power of the green sword descended, it was easily dodged by Yan Chutian. Therefore, Zhou Chen didn't say anything. Instead, he looked away and looked at the surrounding space. At the same time, Yan Chutian, who was using the profound shadow movement technique, slowly revealed himself. Your strength is not bad, but it's a pity that you're a little slow. Yan Chutian commented leisurely. If Zhou Chen could still maintain his calm earlier, he would have been infuriated by Yan Chutian's comment. Even if he tried to restrain himself, there was still a trace of anger that inadvertently leaked out. Seeing all of this, Yan Chutian secretly laughed. This seemingly casual comment was, of course, intentional. At this moment, it seemed to have achieved a good effect. While Yan Chutian was daydreaming, the green sword in Zhou Chen's hand had already slashed out again. It swept towards the former. This time, the sword wasn't just an ordinary sword. It was a sky full of sword shadows that rushed out like a light curtain. In such a situation, no matter how profound Yan Chutian's profound shadow movement technique was, it was impossible for him to dodge. This was because this sword curtain was simply indiscriminate. However, dodging it once was enough. Yan Chutian wasn't prepared to rely on the profound shadow movement technique to win. Yan Chutian's expression didn't change as the sword curtain enveloped him. He only slowly stretched out his palms when the sword curtain was really close. As he stretched out his palms, not only the power of qi, but also the profound yang qi continuously spread out. The 2 types of power intertwined and gradually merged into a huge barrier. Clearly, Yan Chutian wanted to use this barrier to block the former's attack. However, such a scene only resulted in a trace of mockery in Zhou Chen's eyes. This was because, in his opinion, this situation was just like the one between Zhou Chen and Zhuge Yin. Blindly defending was simply too stupid. How could it completely block the attack? Bang! In the blink of an eye, the sword curtain rapidly descended. The violent tearing intent continuously spread out and wreaked havoc on the barrier in front of Yan Chutian. Because of the inscription of body, Yan Chutian's qi was extremely strong. It was comparable to a Yuaniing stage for cultivator. However, there was a difference between comparable and true. Not to mention, blindly defending would easily lead to defeat. As a result, one could clearly see that the power of the aura above the barrier was gradually showing signs of collapse. Zhou Qin saw this situation clearly. The corner of his mouth, which was already full of mockery, curled into a sinister smile. At the same time, the Tianyang Valley disciples, who were furious that Zhou Chen's attack was easily dodged by Yan Chutian, couldn't help but sneer. As expected, no matter how strange this firmament God Palace disciple was, it wasn't to the extent of defying the natural order. Zhuge Yin was even more foolish. He actually blindly defended. How could he possibly achieve victory if he defended so bitterly? While the Tianyang Valley disciples were sneering and rejoicing, the Firmament God Palace disciples were naturally worried. Some people even regretted that they had placed the victory or defeat of the entire Firmament God Palace in the hands of the other party. At this time, even Mu Yoshua's red lips were slightly pursed. Deep worry constantly surfaced on her delicate face. She wasn't worried about the victory or defeat of the Firmament God Palace. Instead, she was worried about Yan Chutian's victory or defeat, because if Yan Chutian had said the loser would have to pay the price of death. However, she couldn't just watch Yan Chutian die. Even if it would bring shame to the Firmament God Palace, even if it would lead to huge consequences, Mu Yoshua had already made up her mind. If Yan Chutian was really defeated, then she would save him no matter what. Haha! It seems that the arrogant words you said earlier won't come true. Behind the sword screen, Zhou Qin coldly smiled as the green sword in his hand trembled once more. Instantly, even more sword shadows appeared on his left and right as they similarly charged towards Yan Chutian. Under the impact of so many sword shadows, the barrier seemed to be unable to withstand. With a piercing, cracking sound, the barrier was forcefully torn apart by the green sword. However, just as the barrier was torn apart and a sneer appeared on Zhou Chen's face, he didn't expect the green sword to be unable to advance much. It was as if it was stuck in a quagmire, unable to advance or retreat. This caused the sneer on his face to suddenly freeze. This feeling was obviously not a good omen. Chapter 565. Zhou Chen's expression changed slightly. He could no longer care about anything else. The green sword in his hand trembled continuously as layers of sword veils appeared one after another. Even though this would consume a lot of his energy, he did not hesitate. Zhou Qin knew that if he could defeat his opponent by paying such a price, it would be worth it. Unfortunately, an ordinary Yuanian practitioner would not be able to escape defeat when faced with someone like him, who was willing to pay such a price. However, his opponent was Yan Chutian. Therefore, he was destined not to get what he wanted. Layers of sword veils appeared one after another and continued to attack. However, this time, Yan Chutian did not remain silent. Yan Chutian slowly raised his palm. At the same time, there was an extremely berserk energy surging within his palm. After resisting for a long time, he was not at his wit's end. He was silently accumulating his own powerful attack. 4 elemental, fragmentary star mark. Whoosh! In an instant, the crowd heard an extremely sharp sound of breaking wind. In the next moment, a cold light tore through the layers of space and approached Zhou Qin. The sudden attack was not only unexpected, but it also caused shock to appear in the depths of many Firmament God Palace disciples' eyes. This was because they were all too familiar with the spiritual art. Wasn't this the spiritual art that senior brother Yan Chutian, the famous #1 disciple of the Firmament God Palace, had mastered? With his powerful cultivation, he displayed the might of this spirit art. The aura that spread out could be described as earth-shattering. At the same time, Yan Chutian, who had executed the spiritual art, more or less expected the reaction of the Firmament God Palace disciples. However, he did not think that there would be any consequences for executing the spiritual art. After all, in the vast heaven world, he was not the only one who could master the spiritual art. Moreover, If the higher-ups of the firmament god palace, especially his master, noticed this point and asked him about it, he would be more than happy to see this happen. Back to the topic at hand. When the light of the fragmentary star Mark tore through the layers of space and descended in front of Zhou Chen was shocked. It was obvious that the latter had not expected this, and his face was filled with panic. He clearly did not expect his opponent to be able to conjure up such a shocking spiritual art while blocking his attack. However, despite his panic, Zhou Chen quickly adjusted his posture and decisively dispersed the green sword in his hand, following which he raised his right arm to block in front of him. Vigorous qi continued to spread and converge, wrapping around his right arm. Even though the fragmentary star mark was incomparably powerful, it was eventually drained by the endless supply of power he had poured into it. However, this also meant that Zhou Chen's earlier attack had collapsed without him even needing to attack. Such an outcome could not be said to be a disadvantage for Zhou Chen, but it could not be said to be an advantage either. Thus, his originally serious expression couldn't help but become even more serious. He had to admit that the person in front of him was not an ordinary fourth-layer Yuanying cultivator. It was no wonder that Zhuge Yun had lost to him. In fact, if he had been replaced by another disciple of the fourth layer of the Tianyang Valley's Yuanying, he would not have been able to determine whether his Tianyang Valley's disciple could win. At the same time, the surrounding crowd's eyes were filled with respect as they watched the intense battle between the two. They had to admit that the two of them could be said to be the strongest cultivators below the fifth layer of the Yuanying realm. Such a situation naturally made them even more curious. How could Yan Chutian, who had just entered the Yuanying realm, possess such strength? However, they knew that this could only be an unsolved mystery that would never have an answer. In their opinion, the answer must be Yan Chutian's greatest secret. How could such a secret be revealed? However, although they could not obtain an answer, they were looking forward to the final victor. There would definitely be a victor between the two of them, but who would the victor be? In the center of the camp, Zhou Chen looked at Yan Chutian cautiously and solemnly. His expression no longer had the slightest bit of contempt from before. This was because, through the exchange of blows, he was very clear about the strength that his opponent could display. If he continued to look down on his opponent, then he would be too stupid. However, no matter how much he valued his opponent, Zhou Chen still had sufficient confidence in the depths of his heart. No matter what, he would definitely win today's battle. It was not because of anything else, but because he was Zhou Chen. Thinking of this, he did not want to hide anymore. He gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After closing his eyes, an unprecedented look of confidence gradually spread from the depths of his eyes to his entire face. Then he slowly opened his mouth. Disciple of the Firmament God Palace, I admit that your strength is truly beyond my expectations. However, no matter what, today's battle will definitely end in your crushing defeat. Do you want to know why this is? It is because there is a drop of spiritual phoenix's blood sealed within my body. I originally wanted to use this blood in a life and death situation, but today you have offended the dignity of the Firmament God Palace. Thus, I will use this spiritual phoenix's blood on you. Zhou Chen said each and every word in a loud voice. When he spat out the spirit phoenix's blood, Yan Chutian finally knew where his confidence came from. This was because the spiritual phoenix was the legendary spiritual beast closest to a true phoenix. An adult spiritual phoenix's strength was exceedingly high. Even if it was not comparable to a true phoenix, it could still be considered a half-immortal beast. Yan Chutian did not expect that Zhou Chen would be so lucky to be able to obtain the spiritual phoenix's blood. Even if it was only a drop, its value was immeasurable. Thus, Yan Chutian's expression had already turned extremely grave at this moment. Because of the spiritual phoenix's blood, it was already difficult for him to have absolute confidence in facing Zhou Chen. However, at this moment, he would definitely not back down. This was because he represented the honor of the entire Firmament God Palace, and the Firmament God Palace was the only place that he could fight for. Just as Yan Chutian made up his mind, Zhou Chun had already closed his eyes once again. However, this time, as he closed his eyes, wisps of indescribable aura continuously spread out from the depths of his body. This aura was self-evident. It was naturally the spiritual phoenix's aura. As the spiritual phoenix's aura spread out, Zhou Chen's originally stable cultivation aura rapidly rose. In the end, when the aura stabilized, his cultivation had already surpassed the limit of the 4th level of the Yuanyin realm. Although it was not equivalent to the 5th level of the Yuanyin realm, at least in the 4th level of the Yuanyin realm, there would be few who could compare to him. Furthermore, because it was the spiritual phoenix's blood, Zhou Chun would not be harmed in the future. Instead, he would benefit greatly from it. Even if it could not compare to his current cultivation, it would still be much better than before. However, Yan Chutian, who had sensed all this, heaved a sigh of relief. This was because, in Yan Chutian's opinion, even if Zhou Qin had obtained a drop of spiritual phoenix's blood, it would have been diluted by too much. Otherwise, the power that a true drop of pure blood could explode out was definitely not something that what was in front of him could compare to. However, if it was really a drop of pure blood, Zhou Chen might not even be alive to enjoy it. After all, the blood of such a spiritual beast was extremely ferocious. If one was not careful, the refiner would suffer a backlash. For someone of Zhou Chen's cultivation, it was even more likely that he would explode. However, even the situation in front of him made Yan Chutian feel a lot of pressure. After all, Yan Chutian's current cultivation had indeed increased. Although he did not fear any Yuanyin realm 4th level cultivators, it did not mean that he could do the same to those who had surpassed the 4th level of the Yuanyin realm. At the same time, Zhou Qin did not give Yan Chutian much time to react. In the next instant, he suddenly slapped out with a huge palm. The surging power, mixed with the weak spiritual phoenix's aura, directly blasted towards Yan Chutian's chest. As the attack descended, Yan Chutian tried his best to block it. However, as he tried to block the attack, he was directly blasted away by that power, and he was forced back several feet. At the same time, one could faintly see a trace of blood on Yan Chutian's palms. Zhou Chen's seemingly simple great palm imprint contained an invincible power. However, Yan Chutian was very clear. He keenly sensed that this invincible power was brought about by the weak spiritual phoenix's aura. If not for the spiritual phoenix's aura, even if Zhou Chen's cultivation had completely increased to the 5th level of the Yuanyin realm, he would not have been able to put him in such a difficult situation. It would be difficult for him to even resist for a few breaths. However, even if he knew this, how could he resist that spiritual phoenix's aura?